Okay, good afternoon, everybody. Welcome. We're going to call this meeting to order. This is December 1st, if you can believe that, December 1st, 2022, regular meeting of the Gainesville City Commission. Before we move on to our invocation and adoption of our agenda, I just want to remind anybody if they'd like to speak to any items, please fill out one of the speaker forms there on the little tables at the exit on both sides, and give that to our clerk, and then when the item comes up, she'll call you up for your comments. With that, I believe that we have Reverend Greiner here for our invocation. Welcome.
Let us pray. As this meeting of this governing body commences here today, we invoke blessings upon the leadership of the city. We invoke blessings upon all of the participants, all of the presenters, and let this meeting commence with peace and with decorum, and let it be known that if we are willing to work together to help make Gainesville a wonderful city, we know that we will all be better for it and we will all be blessed. So blessings upon the mayor, the commissioners, city staff, all those who will gather here, that this meeting will be one of great productivity, and that the work that has to be done, that must be done, will be done in an orderly fashion. Amen.
Amen. Thank you, Reverend Greiner, and I want to thank you, if all of you can see, well, you just stay right there for a second, because I want people to see your shirt and your button. I want to thank you for putting together what just a tremendous program a little bit earlier today to remember the quiet courage that Rosa Parks took on this day and being out there in front of this community on December 1st every single year to bring our focus back to that important work. So just thank you so much for your leadership and guidance and support today and throughout the time that you've been doing this with our community.
And I was coming here to say thank you. And I got a phone call on my phone from Crystal about to mix up. So I just parked and came here to say, well, I'll be happy to do the invocation, although I wasn't scheduled. So no problem whatsoever.
Well, thank you. It's good to have you back with us at City Hall as well. See, I told you weren't going to retire. Okay, Madam Clerk.
First item is the adoption of the agenda with consent and regular agenda updates. D1, updated text. Item 2022718, fifth contract amendment to extend the agreement for solid waste collection with GFL Solid Waste Southeast LLC. D7, item 2022755, Florida Blue Administrative Service Amendment and Specific Loss Renewal, updated text. File H1, file number 2022764, resolution accepting the report of county canvassers for the runoff election, updated text. And G6, file 2022775, request to waive the 12-month restriction on a rezoning application for 4.82 acres of property located at 1015 South Main Street, added item.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Walker.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would like to continue an item. I'd like to continue on this. It's a little different from what I saw before, but I want to continue the L1 item actually until the new commission.
Oh, okay. Okay, just to be clear, was it a motion to adopt our agenda with these modifications and to continue L1 until a date certain?
Yes, I'm fine with that. This item right here, I believe, I think it needs to be really considered by the individuals that are going to come on and that will have this will really affect the new members. I'm really more interested in having that conversation include them.
Okay. The salary. So continue that until January 5th?
Sure, that's the first meeting of the new commission?
It is.
That's fine.
Okay. So motion on the floor to adopt our agenda with these 4 modifications and continue L1 until January 5th. Is there a second to that motion? That motion dies for lack of a second. Commissioner Hayes Santos?
Thank you, Mayor. I believe we should hear that item today. I will move that we adopt the regular consent agendas as and modified on the screen.
Second.
Okay, motion is second that we adopt our agenda with the 4 modifications we see on the screen. Okay, so Madam Clerk, anybody signed up to speak to any items on our consent agenda?
Yes. Anna Silva, followed by Nathan Scott.
Welcome.
Thank you. I'm curious about D6, annexing another 12.4 acres west of I-75. That's I think that needs a little more discussion and perhaps a better idea about, going forward with annexations. I mean, it's just a continuing march west out of the city limits. D12, city board appointments. I don't know if that's still on the agenda, but there was no backup information about it. No idea of what's in that. City board appointment, I don't know. And then D14, I don't know what the artistic director is. And now, I mean, this G6 thing that appeared at, I know you told the Stringfellow person that you would, to bring that item here now, but it just popped up on the agenda since like last night. So those are all things that, I mean, I don't know what to say about that G6 thing, but anyway, those are things that I think should be taken off the consent agenda, and maybe that G6 one too.
Ms.
off
Silva,
of the
I'm
agenda.
so sorry. I hear a lot of conversations going on right now, both at the dais and out in the auditorium. It's making hard for us to focus and concentrate on the speaker. So if we could, when the speaker's up here, give them our attention, and then if there's any questions, I'd be happy to answer those or get those answered in between speakers. Go ahead, Commissioner Desmond.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. To that point, I certainly meant no disrespect to Ms. Tana Silva, who was speaking. There appears to be, I know on this side of the dais, a problem with the agendas in terms, and I don't know if that's what the conversation was at that end, but we do not have, I think, the right agenda. Mr. Nee, did you provide us with the correct one?
The agenda is, I'm sorry, Mr.
Go
Mayor.
ahead.
The agenda is correct. The numbering here is off because we had to add in roll call, so that's my fault. We did add in roll call just at the top of this agenda, and it did throw off the lettering. So I will ask for the lettering, the numbers. If you refer to the file numbers are correct. It's just the D1, D7, H1, G6 that is incorrect. It is advanced, or actually behind one letter. So instead of there being where you see D, there should be E. Where you see H, there should be I. Where you see G, there should be H.
That would,
Thank you.
yeah, that would be.
I don't have any Ds at all on this. There's nothing on this one.
Okay. Madam Clerk?
The next speaker is Nathan Scott.
Welcome.
And I am speaking to the agenda. I'm using that as part of my discussion, Mayor Poe, so don't seek to admonish my speech. And
Madam Clerk, can we put 3 minutes?
yes, we need my time to start, please. Can we reset my time? Thank you. Good afternoon, Mayor Poe. With respect to the adoption of the consent regular agenda, I have problems with 3 items. E6, purchase of workday training credits. I think that should be removed from the consent agenda. I'm not, don't have a problem with training, but when you talk about stability as a Microsoft certified systems engineer, you all should have figured that out before you implemented the system. So is this an employee issue of your IT people not knowing how to set the system up to be stable or what have you? Again, some discussion needs to be had on that. H5, integrated resource plan. You're spending $250,000 of GRU customer money on a PR campaign to educate people and do outreach. Why don't you think about doing what every other utility does, which is not do that, and use that $250,000 to lower our GRU electric rates that people can't afford? It's probably because you're more concerned with doubling their salaries. But that's not been done in the past. I confirmed that with the former general manager. I haven't seen it as a former state utility regulator, and it's just trying to bamboozle people and have charrettes. It's all a big charade, trying to get the people that you promise things to align to your way of thinking. It's not a good use of taxpayer money when you got the highest electric rates in the state for a generating utility. It's unconscionable. Finally, L1. Again, you guys voting to give yourselves 100% raise, and I want to commend Commissioner Desmond Duncan Walker for at least trying to remove this self-serving item. This is a gross abuse of power. You have commissioners on this, Commissioner Hayes Santos leading this, saying it must be done now. For 6 years, Mayor Poe, through the chair, this commission has failed to exercise management oversight function of city government. You have repeated delinquencies in your state audit. You have an adverse state audit finding report. You still don't know the financial state of the city, and you want to gift yourself 100% raise. The optics of that are tone deaf and look terrible. Everyone in this room should be outraged. You have GRU customers that can't afford their bills, and you're having outgoing, lamed-up commissioners do the dirty work. Commissioner Ward says he has to abstain. Mayor Poe, you've told us numerous times you can't abstain to a vote. So is there a conflict? Because if there is a conflict, the same conflict that Commissioner Ward that sits in silence because he benefits from something that you guys want to rubber stamp, the same conflict would appear to Raina Sacco, who's not here because she flips off firefighters and she has temper tantrums. Commissioner Chestnut, you would have the same conflict because you benefit Commissioner Desmond Duncan Walker. So which is it? It's not right. Y'all need to start doing the work of the people. You know, Jacksonville's the biggest municipality, as reported in the Main Street Daily News today, and its commissioners, 1 million people, and its commissioners only get $55,000 a year. So there's no need to double your salary. It's not a full-time job. It's a job that you've made it with all your silly meetings and
Thank
not
you, Mr.
focusing
Scott.
on city government. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
And I hope everyone.
Madam Clerk,
agrees.
anybody else signed up to speak to the consent?
Joe Beatty?
Good afternoon, Joe Beatty. First of all, I'd like to echo just everything Mr. Scott just said, and shame on you for not just pulling that item and moving it, and the rest of you for not seconding and letting Commissioner Duncan Walker's motion fail. It is shameful, and decisions like the salaries really ought to go before the people. You've bypassed allowing us to vote on it. But I am here to ask you right now to remove item D12. There was no backup as of 9 o'clock this morning available to the public. D4, and there was no backup on that. And K1, which is the item that Commissioner Duncan Walker has to have removed. There was no backup or scant backup. First of all, Commissioner Hayes Santos put this on. I think, contrary to your rules, every item that's put on the agenda is supposed to have a fiscal impact. In there, we only have the draft ordinance, and there's no obvious fiscal impact statement. You didn't do the research. Your citizens have done more research than you have, more objective research, and you're trying to push something through. These raises ought to go to the people. We're your employers, and to do self-serving or in this case, I guess maybe for your cronies, for a public service position, not a job, it is absolutely wrong. And your statements that higher salaries will bring better qualified people. You've had many very qualified people over the years for salaries, for the current salary. And the group that tries to choose and control who stays up there and calling in your friends to run and try to speak with one mind. It's wrong, and it's wrong if you do this, you know, it's just wrong. Pull it all, as was asked, and guess I'm going to forget the last point, but you guys, go to Israel, take the rest of the month off, cancel all the rest of the meetings. You do nothing but damage to this community.
Thank you, Ms. Beatty. Thank you.
Thank
very
you.
much. Madam Clerk?
Martinez.
Yes, my name's Debbie Martinez. And first of all, I want to make sure that L1, that Commissioner Desmond Duncan Walker asked to postpone till January, is the item that city commissioners are considering to raise their pay, almost double their pay. Am I correct? Is that the item?
That is L1, yes. It's that.
Well,
that's the item.
I have a agenda here, and, I'm not criticizing anybody, but I think it might be a little helpful when you do the acronyms and the numbers so the public can really follow you. Because you spend a lot of money in this thing called citizen engagement. That would just be, that would be y'all call cool or amazing or whatever. I can't keep up with the neighbor lingo and stuff. But I think that would be helpful that, people would know what you were talking about. But anyway, I want to thank you for realizing that we're having a new commission starting next month. There's nothing, we're not in the middle of a pandemic where we got to get this thing done like a vaccine or something. It wouldn't, kill anybody to wait till the new commission comes on. So I asked this commission to please, reconsider doing that. And also, it's my understanding, I can't keep up with all the money, that you spent hundreds of millions of dollars on equity. And there's nothing equitable about not having a call-in phone line for those who don't have the means or ability to come to these meetings in person. So, you have plenty of time to reconsider. I know that there's a small group of people that just want to ramrod things through right away without considering everything. And you can slow down a little bit. The house isn't on fire. And let's see what else. And that's it. We do have more time to reconsider when the item comes up, and I ask you to please do that. Thank you.
Madam Clerk?
Blount.
Welcome.
Hello. The items I was concerned with on consent were previously D13 and 14. That's now E12 and E13. I also, on the home art allocation, I didn't succeed at finding my way into any backup online for that. And that is so big and so important that I think the amounts we're talking about should be repeated in every public meeting, that remains fully transparent all the way through, even if you're just reading the line items and amounts that will be brought out of this huge money into areas of city program. And E13, the One Nation, One Project, I thought I heard that the target concern for that, and I also want to know, does that remain just a commission project and not delegated to a department? I thought I heard that the focus was to be youth violence. And I certainly agree with the arts being used toward that purpose. I have no question about the validity of that. But again, I would like to see that remain completely transparent. You're hiring somebody called Theatrical Concepts. Was there any consultation to the arts people here in this? We have a theater department at UF. In fact, UF has a new arts entrepreneurship and migration center that is networking arts producers statewide, nationwide, internationally. The Star Center Theater, the Gainesville Community Playhouse, HIP, across town. Two visual artist collectives located in or near the downtown area. We have so much going on here artistically that it's not clear whether any of those kind of groups were consulted in the development, in the movement toward hiring Theatrical Concepts. I did see the bidders on that, and demographically and experience-wise, I thought that was a nice choice, but I still didn't see the engagement of these others that I've mentioned. On the engagement piece, will some of the funding in the commission's slush fund, what was formerly just training, and I was told some will go to engagement. Will that be engagement in all activities or certain departments? Will this particular project benefit from that increased engagement support out of your city, the commission travel funds that are reallocated?
Thank you, Ms. Plant.
Armando Grande Gomez.
Welcome.
Mr. Mayor, before my time starts, I had a question. Since you all changed the order of them, I don't want to give you the wrong one and you don't know which one I'm talking about.
Just give us the item. Nothing changed. The letters changed.
Okay,
The order did
okay.
not.
Well,
Yeah, but
thank
just
you.
tell
Can you
us
start
the
my time
item.
back over on me, please? Never mind. Mr. Mayor, the one I would like to ask if one of the commissioners could pull on the consent agenda items E1 and E2, one for the solid waste service contract and the other one for the self-contained breathing apparatus. The first question on the first one is I want to go back to a conversation we had about over a year and a half ago regarding solid waste. And the question that still was never shaky but never really answered was how there was different, the pricing structure that was out there and certain demographics and communities were being charged different than others. I would like to have a conversation around it. That's one. Second one is on the self-contained breathing apparatus or SCUBA gear. Has that been put out for RFQ or RFP? Because if we're talking about spending $523,000, are we getting the maximum bang for our buck instead of saying, hey, let's just spend the money. Let's just put on consent agenda, no problem here, folks. I think it deserves further scrutinizing. I'd like to ask a question about that because if not, I'm quite sure we can do much better, especially if we're buying local. I'm sure there's plenty of people here locally or in and around the area, the local corridor who we could be doing business with and giving dollars to and spending those dollars locally. That's one. So I don't know where those are and how you reworded them or renumbered them, but I'd like to ask that those could be pulled. And we have a conversation with that. Thank you.
Thank you. That's it. Okay. Thank you all. So we do have a motion on the floor to approve our consent and regular agenda with the 4 modifications we see up on the screen. All in favor of the motion signify by saying aye. 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 All opposed? Nay. The motion passes 4-1 with Duncan Walker in dissent and Ward and Sacco absent. All right, Madam Clerk, next item, please.
Our next item is early public comment.
Okay, anybody sign up for early public comment, Madam Clerk?
Double check. Nathan Scott.
Okay, Ms. Scott, just tell us which items you're speaking towards.
Speak on items L1 and M5, which will give me 5 minutes. And I'd like the streaming overhead on this also, or H5, I'm sorry. So good afternoon, Mayor, Commissioners, Nathan Scott. So I want to talk about this latest idea of poor governance, feeding at the trough by the City Commission, by wanting to bestow upon yourselves, gift yourselves right before Christmas, right after an election. This comes up. This was so important, Commissioner Hayes Santos, then why didn't this come up during the election? Only after the election, when you have brute force, unconstrained political power against the will of the people, circumventing the voters, you want to double your salaries. Notwithstanding the fact that you already get automatic salary increases under the ordinance. 9.6% increase you just got based on inflation. Now you want to double your salaries on top of that. That's double dipping. That's like pigs feeding in the trough. You didn't give your employees a 9.6% raise. Is that equitable? You guys like talking about equity. Is that equitable? No, it's not. You're hypocrites. As an illustrative example, you're not voting today to double you're voting today, as an illustrative example, you're voting today to double your salaries. But you haven't doubled the salaries of our firefighters. You haven't voted to double the salary of our dedicated law enforcement officers who are dodging bullets every weekend in Gainesville. And you certainly haven't lowered our GRU electric rates. And Commissioner Ward likes to deduct those votes when he's running for office. He likes to deduct this vote today. He likes to deduct this vote by saying he's abstaining. Mayor Poe, you said you can't abstain. So what's the basis for his abstention? I'd like to know. Why is he not here? Why is Commissioner Sacco not here? Where's the documentation and public records documenting her leave of absence? There is none. There were no responsive records. Okay, so let's get back to what you're going to do. You're going to vote today to double your salary by majority vote. But by the same majority vote at any time, since you're using broad, absolute, unbridled power, perhaps you can vote today to lower GRU electric rates before you vote to double your salaries. Commissioner Chestnut, I supported you in this election. I'm very disappointed that you would even contemplate this without sending it to the voters. I was at the CRC meetings. CRC decided not to do this. The city commission, right after the election, has been yapping about they didn't get what they want. The CRC was your own political appointed cronies. There was no political diversity on the Charter Review Commission whatsoever, none. There wasn't a single conservative, no one fiscally conservative on there. They rejected that. Okay, so my point here, commissioners, is you don't get what you want, and like petulant little children like Commissioner Sacco, who flips off the city firefighters and city employees, this is the biggest FU to GRU customers and city taxpayers in the history of this commission. This is just unbridled power. It's not right. So again, abuse of power, case of lame duck commissioners who consistently fail to provide effective management oversight. Commissioner Hayes Santos and you others, what have you done to ensure the audit was complete on time? It's still delinquent, but you want to double your salary to benefit people that come after you. It's not right. It comes right after the election, and silence is complicit. Commissioner Ward's silent. What's the basis for abstention? There is none. I think it's important we know his position. Does he think this is morally right? Is it right for your employees? Is it right for your police officers? Is it right for your firefighters? Is it right for GRU customers? Hell no, it's not. It's wrong. And you guys should be absolutely ashamed of yourselves. You guys virtue signal and do all this nonsense and come up with all these false narratives about why you're entitled to this, thinking you're with this self-created sense of importance. Put it to the voters, Mayor Poe. If you're so confident that this city commission's done a good job, then let the voters give you a raise. Because I don't think they will. They might give you something, but they ain't going to double your salary. That's just egregious. That's raw, absolute, tyrannical power, and it needs to stop, along with Commissioner Sacco resigning, because that's disrespectful. So with respect to the other item, again, the GRU customers who can't afford their excessive electric bills, but you guys don't care. You guys, Marie Antoinette, let them eat cake. And Commissioner Chestnut, you talked about elitists. Only elitists could run and do this job with this salary. I ran for office. Joe Beatty ran for office. You ran for office. You're at this salary now. So by your own definition, that's elitist. But elitists just voted to double their salaries. That's crazy. So on respect to the integrated resource plan, $250,000 for PR, lower our rates before you spend that, waste that money. Thank you.
Mr. Scott. Madam Clerk?
Armando Grande Gomez.
Mr. Grande Gomez, just tell us which items you're speaking
L1
towards.
and something that's not on the agenda, because I want to speak to something, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, that'll be general public comment. So, but you
I
can
thought
come-
early public comment we could speak to if if we had to leave or have other engagements.
Uh,
I want to follow the rules. If that.
no, I mean, it hadn't come up. Yeah, I guess that's fine. So you're not going to speak at general public
No.
comment? Okay, gotcha.
All right. So I get 5 minutes. Is that correct, Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
Thank you. I hate having to correct the record, but I want to correct Mr. Scott real quick about no conservatives being on the Charter Review Commission. There absolutely was. His name was Sherwin Henry. You might have forgotten that, Mr. Scott. One thing I also want to bring forward that's important, rather than address the elephant in the room about you all wanting to increase your pay, I'm not even going to waste my time. It's going to be done. I simply want to circle back to something and reframe this. You're going to do that, I think, in the same vein, with the same energy that you want to raise and increase your salary. Okay. I think you should have the same energy and the same vigor to reduce the rates for the population that is you're charged to serve, that is feeling the pain and the pressure. I'm not going to sit up here and say that it's just one demographic of people, because I know some people say the poor people of East Gainesville, a lot of us live on East Gainesville, and not all of us are poor. But there's a lot of things that folks in East Gainesville want to feel like. We don't want to be over-policed either. We don't want to do a lot of things, but people like to use East Gainesville as the crux when they come up here and talk. So here's my challenge to you all. You're going to increase your pay, fine. Let's also have a conversation about fiscal responsibility. When it comes to, it's going to come a time where you're not going to be able to continue to just increase rates. And that may come sooner than later. One of you up there had the courage a couple of years ago to want to reduce it by $12 million. That person knows who they are. The numbers haven't changed. The debt service hasn't changed for GRU. It has not. There's still a structural budget deficiency. If you don't know what that is, look it up. It's Budget 101. It hasn't changed. There's only so much debt service. What I also want to come back to, Mr. Mayor, we had a conversation Tuesday, and I want to come back to that because I challenge you, and I think I have a good enough rapport with you, Mr. Mayor, to say, I can look you in the eye, and you can look me in the eye, and I'm going to be respectful. But what happened 2 Thursdays ago was unconscionable. You and I have had this conversation before because you said, I haven't heard that. I didn't hear it. But we've all seen people say, my biological time clock's ticking like it was on my cousin Vinny, and they want to go change their personal security undergarments. Ms. Sacco said that. Or they have other bodily problems going on. We don't need to hear that back here, but that's a natural part of function. What I do have a problem with is when a commissioner up there, and you didn't say anything, but you'll say something to Donald Shepard, myself, or Nathan Scott, you'll have a lot of energy. Even Shanae, you'll have a lot of energy. But you never have said anything to correct your colleague. Never, ever. It's shameful. And I'm going to point out to you. She called Commissioner Gail Johnson a man. Did you say anything? No. Did any of your colleagues say anything? That was before Commissioner Duncan Walker. And that was before Commissioner Chestnut. Did any of you say anything? Not a thing. When she said that, when she's talking about, well, we're saying that I was anti-Semitic when my mother's Jewish, that's rich. Interesting. Did you all say anything? No. Because we wanted to say because your city manager at the time was Jewish. Well, you've actually had, before Ms. Curry, Mr. Feldman was Jewish, Anthony Lyons was Jewish, and Deborah Bowie is Jewish. Did you all say anything when she was attacked all the time? I would challenge you all, if half the stuff going on was going on here and Ms. Bowie had been the manager, you all would have said a word. But we let black women constantly, and I want to acknowledge Michelle. I said there were 3 black women. There's 4, and I meant no disrespect, and I'm saying that publicly to you. But I said that day, Mr. Mayor, that there was anti-blackness. And we have this thing, there's a book by Robin DiAngelo called Nice Racism. It talks about progressives and racism coming from progressives. We see that right here. We see it because you all went back there and coddled one person and did the little discussion back and forth while 2 folks, the only folks that are up here, Commissioner Chestnut and Commissioner Duncan Walker stayed here. You all coddled her back there while she's got to say all kind of things back there, and we all know it because it came back. But it's not the first time. It's out of control behavior. And as far as when Commissioner Duncan Walker talked about wanting to have expulsion, if the Commissioner Areola said that we police ourselves, well, you haven't at all. You have no intention to. There needs to be a level of decorum, and it needs to be equally equitable to us the way you do it to us. You don't. And I think that's a tall tale sign. I don't think it's going to change. She could take all the leave she wants. She'll come back here the same person she was when she left. She's a horrible person. And to say that somebody should die and be the last breath of air, be an ageist, be a bigot, be a sexist, and I know a lot of progressives, usually progressive whites, will say, well, Armando, it's all about her mental health state or because she's pregnant. It is not. You don't get to say slurs about black people or Jews and get away with it and think it's okay just because you're pregnant. It's not.
Thank you, Madam Clerk.
And she needs to go.
Madam Clerk.
Our next speaker is Collie Blount.
So if you'll just let me know what items you're speaking to.
Just wrote it down, H3 and H5, and then I have a general comment. So,
Okay.
does that mean I get 5? On H3, I want to urge that some more action be taken as far as the promenade or strip park along South Sweetwater branch. At this point, although the creek has not been unpiped yet, the strip park itself could be continued down to Fifth Avenue. There's a whole big fenced lot that's been sitting absolutely idle for the last 2.5 or 3 years. That extended public access and the beauty of a park setting could be extended all the way down to Fifth Avenue to remind us that the creek will be visible one day. In H5, you're talking about public engagement again. I've already spoken about public engagement, about making sure in a transparent way that local community people are really engaged on these items, that we start using more local talent, both in your staff and in the community, instead of always finding, a $30,000 consultant from the other side of the continent. Our money doesn't need to go out so far so fast. GRU certainly has had a long experience with engaging with the public, so I wonder how much we're spending on that, and I wish GRU would be generally more thrifty. I live 3 blocks from their building. I can see the lights from it all night, every night. It's lit up like a little spaceship sitting there. And on my general comment is about the bus system. The week of Thanksgiving, on Thanksgiving, the day after, there were still a lot of people who have to go to work. If you look at urban public mass transit systems in real cities, not toy cities, public mass transit stops for true public safety disasters. High storm winds, security threats. So RTS did not run on Thanksgiving. It's a holiday. I know that's a tough one, but some people are still trying to get to work. And on the Friday, they had cutback service. Why? What's the reason for that? To me, it's a lazy, who cares about the passengers attitude. They should be looking for how they can continue to provide broad service all the time. That's what mass transit systems do in other cities. I know many people who overextend themselves, low-income people overextending themselves to maintain a little scrap of a vehicle just to have their lives independent of the excess waiting times, the long turnarounds, the early schedule cutoffs, especially for the east side. We'd like a level of service that is at least up to half of what the campus gets. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Clerk.
Ms. Robbins?
Thank you, Ms. Robbins. Which items are you speaking towards?
I think first I'm going to address H5, which I don't know, that's what the agenda says that I have. And I'm not sure if I'm going to address the second one or wait. So if I can just reserve that commitment at this point.
Sure.
The H5 is the commission approval to execute a professional service agreement for community engagement consulting services for the price of $248,100 of public money. And it's to create a public outreach program. Have you guys not figured out this wheel yet? I mean, you are like continuing to pay to reinvent the wheel of public outreach. You have everybody's address that's a utility customer, correct? In fact, you asked for my email address on that the sign-up card. I resent that. I'm not giving you my phone number and I'm not giving you my email address. Okay? So the fact that now you want to spend almost $250,000 on a public outreach program, how many times are you guys going to do this? You have charrettes, you go out to other, the commissioners will go out into their district, of which, of course, you guys want this ginormous pay increase to cover that cost, which you don't have to do that. It's not your job description. Your number one thing that you do is you sit in this meeting room and you have public meetings to do public business. That's your number one job. All the other frivy stuff you like to do to smooth around in the community, we don't have to pay you for that. That's your choice. So recreating a public outreach program for $250,000 is ridiculous. If you guys haven't created a policy of what all departments do in the event you need to reach out to the public, all I can say is you don't deserve a raise. So this is ridiculous. It's way too much money. You have everybody's address in the city limits. How about if you send them a notice in their utility bill that this is gonna happen, and this is where the public meeting is, and everybody can show up? How about that? So I guess I am gonna speak on the other one. So I disagree with that. I think you should vote against that. And I am going to reserve my comments unless you're gonna give me and speak to your pay increase proposal when it comes up. Thank you.
Thank you. Madam Clerk?
Wilbur Holloway.
Good afternoon. My name's Wilbur Holloway. My pronouns are Lauren Poe's a big fat communist.
We need to maintain our civility and decorum, but also, can you tell me which items you're speaking towards?
L1.
Thank
Are
you.
you questioning my pronouns? Are you questioning
No,
how
I'm
I
just
feel?
asking you to be a kind and nice person.
Where is psycho, by the way?
That's inappropriate. Can you please move on with your comments?
Pronunciation. I'm very glad to see Miss Beatty is still alive. Thanks, Joe. Oh, golly, you guys want a raise. Ocala pays their commissioners $3,000. They're much more prosperous than we are. Jacksonville pays $56,804. They have over 1 million people. What have you done to earn a full-time salary? I mean, this is supposed to be a part-time gig, right? Well, you run the debt up. Orlando has $940,000 of debt. Gainesville has $2.2 billion in debt. We have an annual expenditure of $38 million, which is paid out to Wall Street for the bonds for the biomass plant. We're obligated to pay another $6 million for the solar feed-in tariff. Hopefully that's ending soon. 6 of the 4 constitutional officers are interim. You cannot produce the required state reports to justify how you've spent the state's money, and therefore they may not renew that funding for us. And our roads are failing. You guys concentrate on everything except for the blocking and tackling that is city government. It's this flowery thing here, it's this shiny object over here, and the services stink. We have the highest utility rates in the state. You three, the Three Stooges, are taking off to Israel next week. I think you're leaving tomorrow, Mr. Poe, isn't that correct? And you're going to spend, I don't know. I'll tell you what I will do. I will check in to make sure that you pay, I hope you pay tax. I'll make sure the IRS knows that you've received probably $5,000 to $6,000 in additional compensation for flying to Israel. You guys just take the cake. You're just disgusting.
Madam Clerk?
That's it.
That's it. All right, thank you very much. I think up next we have general public comment. Is that correct?
Yes. Our first speaker is Tana Silva, followed by Nathan Scott.
Welcome back.
Again, thank you. Congratulations to Commissioner Desmond Duncan Walker on your well-deserved recognition for leadership and vision today at the Quiet Courage Assembly. And may your next commission colleagues recognize those traits too. Commissioner Chestnut, thank you for stepping up to serve on the commission, bringing your amazing experience, raising valuable insights, asking good questions, and expecting good answers. You both set a model for respect and real attention to the public good. To the three men here on the commission, I wish I could say the same, but I can't. You're going to Israel tomorrow makes no sense, does no public good. Same as the two of you going to Iraq in July together, out of the Florida sunshine, leaving behind critical problems that you helped to create. The Tel Aviv Muni World Expo and Lee Feldman's Zen City connection do fit with the technocratic turn of 2016 in this city, and UF's lurch into AI in 2020, and the creeping and creepy surveillance technology the city and UF have pursued in recent years. 5G street lights with surveillance camera capacity, GPD facial recognition technology, smart meters at great cost, license plate readers, smart benches to mine data from phones within range. That was on your legislative priorities, by the way. For what? None of that makes people safer. And you've shown how little data protection and privacy mean to you earlier this year. Data mining is the new gold rush to feed artificial intelligence. Lee Feldman's employer, Zen City, based in Tel Aviv, is all about that and controlling the spin for police and policies through social media surveillance. It's a partner of Tel Aviv with connections to Israeli intelligence, and you might have heard about Netanyahu's new right-wing government. Zen City's, this is from Zen City. Zen City's AI-driven platform tracks, aggregates, and analyzes millions of resident feedback and sentiment data points, helping cities understand what people actually care about. I think you could listen and figure that out. The data is then converted into actionable insights. Basically, it's control, it's surveillance, it's propaganda-oriented. You can read about it on the website, and I think it's terrible that y'all are just flipping the bird to the whole city by going on this trip, violating sunshine. Who cares anymore? And we're going to be watching what comes of this trip and the Muni World Expo and all this surveillance technology stuff going on with you and UF.
Okay, Madam Clerk?
Nathan Scott.
Before I start, Mayor Poe, may I please have the overhead? We're streaming video also. Thank you. Good afternoon, Mayor Poe, Nathan Scott. So with respect, I want to echo some of Ms. Silva's comments, particularly with Zen City. It's my understanding that the city had a contract with that company that's since terminated. It's pretty funny because it did provide negative insights of sentiment of the public. Commissioner Sacco and others, it used to be amusing when you actually posted your emails, which you don't do anymore. We got to see what you were looking at, and you have to see these negative news articles, one of which is probably this, flipping off city employees, just like you guys are flipping off the taxpayers and GRU customers, just like this commission is flipping off taxpayers and GRU customers by doubling your salaries today. It's just like you have a great disdain for fiscal responsibility. You have an insatiable spending addiction with taxpayer money, and you think it's yours. And it's the best thing that could happen is you'd be denied entry at Ben Gurion Airport based on your pro-Palestinian, your pro-Iranian views. Maybe Israel will send you back home where you belong because you don't need, you lecture us. This is the hypocrisy of the Gainesville City Commission. Mayor Poe, Commissioner Hayes Santos, Commissioner Ariola, you constantly lecture us about climate change. Virtue signal, blah, 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 blah. Okay? But when it comes to hopping on a plane and spewing carbon emissions through the atmosphere, at least Greta was intellectually honest. She took a sailboat. So please dispense with the hypocrisy. This is just a taxpayer-funded junket. Now let's talk about the agenda. First day, it's just a big drinking fest. You guys excel at that, two of you guys have drinking issues in the past. Okay? Second day is tours of Jerusalem. Just let's go sightseeing on the taxpayer dime. Third day, maybe some breakout sessions. You might actually have a conversation or two amongst trying to find a job after you leave the commission. But it's not a good use of taxpayer money. Certainly doesn't warrant 3 people going over there. It's like going off on a pilgrimage. Is that what you're doing at the taxpayer expense? It's just shameful. If you want to go see the Western Wall, go on your own dime. So I want to echo Mr. Gomes' comments about Commissioner Sacco. This goes back a long time. This isn't isolated. This isn't related to whatever her current state of affairs are. It goes back before she was a commission, or where Commissioner Ward tried to provoke a confrontation with me in my face, with her sneaking up behind me in the GRU multipurpose room, trying to film it. Physical confrontation, a verbal conversation, provoked by Commissioner Ward, who also came off the dais with fisticuffs, as Mr. Gomes also refers to. So you guys have bad temperament. That's the problem. You don't want to be held accountable, and it's just unacceptable. And the statute you're using for your raises applies to county commissioners. It doesn't need to be usurped for a city commission. You guys are just making up crap as you go and screwing GRU customers in the process. Thank you.
Madam Clerk?
Good afternoon once again. First of all, a couple of things. I've been looking at the agenda this morning, last night. It seems that the agenda that I just picked up, all the numbers and letters, the numbers in what I asked you to remove, I've made notes when I was looking at it this morning when I called for the backup on the items that were listed as draft that I was told I couldn't have because it had to go through your public records process. I said I was trying to prepare for the meeting. After 11 was sent a thing that it's there now. I didn't get it till later. I mean, everything you do pushes the public out of the process. We are your employers. You work for us. And you have totally usurped us, pushed it out, tried to let people out in the audience think that we're here with knives and guns and bullets and thanking the policeman for keeping you safe in the people's house when you guys are the ones that are causing the problem. A lot of the kerfluffles when people applauded when there were clowns here and you kicked me out, Mr. Mayor, and then you make the narrative like we're the restless ones. No, it's because you're trying to control everybody, and you're putting the public's business out of the public. You didn't have the information on the agenda. I still don't know what the item that said something about boards and committees, appointments, something like that. It was I think H4. I couldn't even tell really what that item was. There was no backup. Still don't know. I don't know what you've relettered it to. Everything seems to be done to confuse the public. And it's wrong. I made a public records request 2 weeks ago from this dais. I asked for all the records showing the public purpose of the trip that you're about to take. I've gotten nothing. In speaking to Commissioner Hayes Santos, I asked him what the public purpose was. He said sister cities and diplomacy and stuff, and I think you've said that too on occasion. I don't know. You are leaving. You are wasting our money. People's utility bills are high. People are suffering, and you think you deserve more money. you can't fulfill your duties and you make more. And I still would like the public records that I requested, and I still would like an answer to how you keep changing the lettering on here so that we can't follow it.
Thank you.
And I'd like the backup before you.
Thank you very much. And I think the clerk did explain that the roll call item was missing, and that just bumped the letters down. So it's essentially the same agenda, it just has the roll call added. Madam Clerk, our next speaker.
Our next speaker is
Madam Clerk.
Debbie Martinez.
I'm Debbie Martinez, and I just want to start off by saying I love men. This has nothing to do about your gender, but I am so glad that 3 of you are leaving, and I just regret you're not taking Mr. Ward with you. Before Commissioner Harvey Ward started his war on public comment, for decades, yes, for decades, members of the public had 3 opportunities to speak at general public comment about anything that was not on the city agenda. An effective, very effective way for people to communicate with their commission during city meetings. The 3 opportunities were at the beginning of the meeting, again in the afternoon, and in the afternoon after proclamations, and again at the very end of the meeting. With the help of the City Commission majority, Mr. Ward won the war by restricting general public comment down to only 1 opportunity. 1 is not enough. Many on this commission, and you know who you are, have used this draconian rule change as a means to verbally abuse citizens, manipulate words in an effort to discredit citizens, like a bully on a playground, in order to silence dissent. It is no surprise that residents do not trust Mr. Ward and his enablers. Very few concerned citizens participate during regular city commission meetings from start to finish. There's never been any abuse of the 3 opportunities for regular citizen comment. Many are not comfortable with public speaking, and many others are busy working and caring for their families. There was absolutely no reason whatsoever to restrict general public comment down to 1 opportunity only. In the interest of good open government, when the new commission starts in January, I ask that you allow people once again to speak 3 times during general public comment. Thank you kindly.
Thank you. Madam Clerk.
Our next speaker is LaDonna Carlisle.
My name is LaDonna Carlisle. You may remember that I was an applicant for the vacancy on the Historic Preservation Board that was supposed to be filled last month. In the capacity of an applicant for this non-paid volunteer position, I appeared in these chambers on November the 17th for the first and only time until today, to introduce myself and to the community. At that meeting, Mr. Poe, the mayor pro tem of this committee, acting under city rules and with your indulgence, Mr. Poe, as the individual on this commission who is by the city charter charged with the conduct of these meetings, falsely accused me of portraying certifications as part of my application. These accusations were defamatory. I am here to ask for a retraction and an apology. I understand that the mayor pro tem person who exposed this body and the city to this liability for defamation is not here today. But insofar she was acting in her official capacity as a member of this body, and her statements were not disavowed by you, Mr. Poe, I am officially asking you at this meeting to retract your number 2 commission members' defamatory statements and apologize. Mr. Poe, I understand that you were elected to this body more than 14 years ago, and in that capacity, you have created the atmosphere that has allowed this defamation to happen and the city to be put in this position which may be liable for defamation. Please clearly retract your number 2 members' false statements here for now and apologize on behalf of this board. There are several additional points I would like to make. Because of the lack of professionalism you have allowed, this hallmark of this body, I have suffered egregious damage to my business reputation. I have clients who now come to me concerned about the statements made about me live streaming on November 17th meeting that the financial loss I have suffered is not minor to say anything of the reputational damage that you allowed to occur. My understanding that this is nothing new.
Thank you, and I'm afraid your time has expired, but we appreciate you being here to share your comments. Madam Clerk?
Ms. Robbins?
Good afternoon. Well, we're waiting for your apology, Mr. Mayor. And I would like to request at this time that you, on behalf of this board, apologize to Ms. Beatty for the comments that were made by the Mayor Pro Tem. I forgot her name and her nameplate's gone. Sacco, that's it. You really do owe the public an apology. I was not at the meeting. I watched it. It's very clear who the comments were to. And quite honestly, I really don't care if you guys up there bicker amongst each others. I was an elected official. I had people on the dais taking cheap shots at me all the time. And you know what? It's called thick skin. You get thick skin. And you get thick skin from the public, you get thick skin from the press, and you get thick skin from each other. But when you start attacking the public, you have crossed a line. Okay? You are expected to uphold a higher standard of conduct. And I'm not speaking to all of you. Commissioner Desmond Walker, you are always in professional conduct. I will say that, for sure. But the rest of you, you either say it, you roll your eyes, you're on your phone, you're doing something to send this passive-aggressive, I don't give a crap about what you think about what we're doing because we're going to do what we want, right? So you do owe an apology to the public, and your job is to be up there as an elected official to do the public's business, and I know that role. But you really owe Ms. Beatty an apology, and you owe the former speaker an apology. And at the last meeting on November 17th, Mr. Poe, you used your aggressive nature to use the gavel to shut down what should have been an opportunity for this board to discuss what had just taken place and come to a resolution of discussion. You use it as if in a marriage, when people get into an argument and one person raises their voice and the other person says, you need to lower your voice or I'm gonna leave. That's called gaslighting. And you do it with the gavel. You shut down all of your colleagues, and shame on all of you for allowing him to do it, because he uses the gavel to control the tempo. So the other commissioners never had a chance to address the obvious big pink elephant in the middle of the room, and has since Commissioner Sacco is now on some leave of absence, which what does that mean? And by the way, is she getting paid? Leave of absence does not get paid. And that's a public records request to know, is she still on the payroll, or does she wait until she comes back and exercises and upholds her oath of her duties? Right? You take an oath to uphold your duties.
Thank you so much.
You owe the public an apology,
Can we have our next
Mayor.
speaker? That's it? All right, thank you all very much. We are on to our next item.
Our next item is H1 2022 Immigrant Support Services with a recommendation that the commission hear a presentation from staff and discuss.
All right, thank you very much. Spicer, welcome.
Thank you. Hi, Mayor and Commissioners. My name is Morgan Spicer. I am the Interim Policy Oversight Administrator, and I am here today to share some research that was conducted by one of our former fellows, Micaiah Seminara, on various immigrant support services that municipalities can provide. So as always, the phases in our research process for how we got here, phase 1 was research and idea formulation, which resulted in Micaiah's report, and we are currently in phase 2. I know that this is a city commission meeting and not a GPC for scheduling reasons, but we are currently in phase 2. So, of course, there are a variety of existing and ongoing efforts within the city of Gainesville related to services provided to immigrant communities. Immigrants do make up a pretty substantial amount of the Gainesville population at about 11%. And due to this, there are a variety of existing protections. For example, in our Code of Ordinances, housing and employment discrimination on the basis of citizenship or national origin is currently prohibited. And the city additionally declared itself a welcoming city in 2016. One of the larger and newer initiatives related to immigrant services is the Gainesville Immigrant Neighbor Inclusion Initiative, which launched in 2021 and focused on increasing immigrant support in a variety of areas, including safety, civic inclusion, language access, education, and healthcare access. The Language Access Initiative has already been approved by the City Commission and was awarded $300,000 in the fiscal year 23 budget, with a focus on increasing language-based translation services and hiring a dedicated immigrant liaison in the Office of Equity and Inclusion. There are also a variety of resources available to immigrant populations at the state and federal level. So in the state of Florida, the Florida Department of Children and Families is the primary state governmental resource for immigrant family aid, and the Florida Office of Refugee Resettlement provides economic and social support for refugees. On the federal level, the U.S. Department of Homeland Security and U.S. Citizenship and Immigration Services helps to provide assistance with naturalization applications and assist with immigrant services support. USCIS additionally has a Citizenship and Immigration Services Ombudsman, and they also have a language access plan to help ensure that individuals with limited English proficiency are still able to access these resources. And then lastly, the U.S. Office of Refugee Resettlement exists on the federal level to provide refugee support. There are a variety of services and programs that municipalities have looked into providing for immigrant support or for immigrant populations. When looking at this, one of the most prominent recommendations is ensuring that these resources and services are centralized within a city department. This might be the creation of a new city department that is specifically intended to deal with immigrant support services, but you also very commonly see that these types of services allocated to an existing department. These departments then handle a variety of services that might include educational programming to ensure that law enforcement and healthcare services are accessible to immigrant populations, language access programming either through translation services or through providing language classes for immigrants, facilitating community engagement and the building of coalitions, providing educational services such as financial literacy programs, professional development resources, providing citizenship assistance or legal aid, and then also relating to funding, creating educational programming to help ensure that immigrant populations are aware of funding that exists to them, and then also those departments also frequently apply for grants to help facilitate additional services. So we are going to look at a couple of different cities and what they do in relation to providing immigrant services, and the first one that we'll look at is Orlando. In Orlando, immigrant support services are provided by a couple of different departments. However, the Office of Multicultural Affairs has a liaison employee who works to primarily develop policies and service expansion through both departmental partnerships and also community partnerships. The Community Impact Fund budgets for a lot of different immigrant services, including translation services, the Hispanic Office for Local Assistance Staff and Programming, and the Multicultural Affairs Liaison. The city also partners with Florida Legal Services and Career Source Central Florida to assist with professional development such as resume help and job seeking, and they also provide English for speakers of other languages or ESOL classes. The city is also currently looking into the creation of an official language access plan and a legal defense fund to support immigrants facing deportation. In Miami-Dade County, most immigrant support services are facilitated through the Office of New Americans, which provides free or low-cost cost classes for citizenship preparation, assistance with naturalization, fee waivers for citizenship applications, and also financial counseling. The Office for New Americans also collaborates with local community organizations for Miami Citizenship Week, which hosts educational and cultural programming. And then in the face of the COVID-19 pandemic, Miami-Dade County created the New American Task Force to help immigrant populations specifically make adjustments. And this resulted in a variety of new initiatives such as web-based access to citizenship resources, virtual citizenship classes, pro bono legal services, and micro grants for immigrant families and immigrant-owned businesses. Moving out of the state, San Antonio offers immigrant support services through their Department of Human Services. They did establish a migrant resource center in 2019 to assist Central American asylees seeking refuge. However, that was closed later in the year when the need diminished. San Antonio also has a city immigration community liaison who develops initiatives to aid immigrant communities along with local stakeholders. They operate a newsletter with immigrant-related news and events, and they support the funding of legal services for immigrants facing deportation through contracts with local community organizations. In 2020, the city also developed an immigrant strategic plan or welcoming plan to make the city more accommodating for immigrant populations, which included hosting resource fairs for city services, working to provide greater access to education and healthcare services, creating a legal information hotline, and establishing parent liaisons for K-12 schools to serve as translators. In San Francisco, California, the Office of Civic Engagement and Immigrant Affairs delivers the majority of these support services. They have a variety of legal support, including a list of free legal aid organizations. They provide DACA renewal fee waivers for eligible residents. They have a hotline for individuals detained by ICE, and they also host Pathway to Citizenship workshops. In terms of social support, the city has a community and safety engagement job training program, a phone line for someone to accompany a person home or to an appointment, a youth leadership program specifically for immigrant youth, and a formal complaint process for a lack of city translation services. And the city also has an immigrant rights commission. Chicago has an Office of New Americans, which provides information on benefits, citizenship applications, DACA information, language access, and legal FAQs to serve as a centralized resource hub. They additionally provide ESOL and general education programming, and they also provide specialized immigration training for school faculty. They have a scholarship that is specifically open to DREAM Act recipients, and they additionally have citizenship workshops at the Chicago Public Libraries and a New Americans Advisory Committee. And then Atlanta, Georgia has their own Office of Immigrant Affairs, through which runs their I Speak Atlanta program, which handles their language and translation services. They additionally have My City Atlanta, which is an ESOL program where individuals participating specifically learn about city departments and agencies. They also help to assist to connect immigrants to food assistance programming, and they assist with citizenship information. And then in conclusion, as our last example, we did want to mention that a lot of cities have a little bit of a different strategy, which is that they don't explicitly provide these immigrant services, and they instead rely on nonprofit and advocacy communities for immigrant communities to receive legal support and citizenship aid. So one of those examples of such city is Tampa, Florida, and there are a variety of other cities that pursue this outlet. Just a couple of potential challenges or decision points moving forward if there is interest in pursuing immigrant support services. The first is, of course, determining what type of support is most needed and where resources could be best spent, and then whether that support is better provided through the city itself or through existing nonprofit and advocacy groups. One of the potential reasons that nonprofit and advocacy groups can play a large role in this type of service provision is that the city of Gainesville is subject to sunshine laws, and there can be sensitive information related to undocumented neighbors with this program. Additional concerns are finding efficient ways to inform immigrant neighbors of new programming and ensuring that translations are completed effectively. And then the last point of consideration is if there is a need for an existing department to facilitate this support or if a new department could be created. And then this is just the remaining steps of our policy process. So if you all are interested in moving forward with this item, it would advance to phase 3, which is timeline development in a working group. Phase 4 is full staff analysis and proposal development. Phase 5, the proposal would return to the commission, and then phase 6 would be implementation if the commission so chooses. But that is what I have for you today, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Okay, thank you very much, Ms. Spicer. Start with Commissioner Chestnut.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you very much, Ms. Spicer, for that presentation. I want to put on the table so that we don't forget, this is not in the budget as a recurring item. Correct? No, 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 I'm going to Jenny. I'm talking about Jenny.
Well, Madam Manager,
It's not a recurring item in the
I think we
budget.
put some seed money, and then whether it's recurring is up to the future commissions
That's,
and their
that's,
budget. Yeah.
that's what I want to be certain of.
That's correct.
Yeah.
That's what I want to be certain of. Well, I hope as we go forward, we would look at the Tampa model, and using a nonprofit to provide the service. And I had asked earlier about looking for the city to set up a funding source where you would have community funding, put some money into the budget to fund community agencies, which I think would help greatly because I don't want to look at the city creating a whole new department for immigrant services. I think it would work best if we take this through a community nonprofit. So hopefully, we'll have that information as we begin the budget process. It's a system very similar to one that the county uses in funding, using outside agency funding, where a certain amount of money is allocated, and then the agencies can come in and compete for that money. It's an excellent system, great accountability, goals, objectives, and very measurable. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Ariola.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you for that presentation. My hope for bringing this discussion today is a couple of fold. Number one, this policy area has been something that I have worked on both of my terms of office because of a couple of reasons. Number one, I felt like there was a commission that wanted to work on those issues. And number two, they are deeply personal to me. When I first started talking to my father about running for public office, he was so proud of me, and he just said, try and do something for folks like us, or for folks who didn't have it as well as us when we came to this country. And so I've spent a lot of time into that space. I don't think today we're going to get the roadmap for how we can expand our immigrant services, but we do have a foundation. So things like the Ginny Project, we've got a task force that can look at all these different models and really come back with recommendations working alongside staff so that we have models that work for Gainesville. Because I think what you see in other cities is they build models that fit the needs of their specific communities. So when we were talking about language access, we did a lot of research to find out how we triage our approach to that. And I kind of want to take a similar approach to this because what I would like for us to eventually get to is a place where everyone in the city of Gainesville knows where to send folks with questions regarding immigration, whether it's to send them to the federal government, the state government, or whether we have nonprofit organizations, or whether we have city-sponsored programming. So there's also some other really cool opportunities I think we can take advantage of. My office was reached out to by the Mexican government consulate in Orlando. They have an interest in coming to Gainesville. It's their mandate to go out to cities and really maintain the national community, as they say. And so they would, free of charge, come to Gainesville as long as we help to organize, and they would be willing to offer things like passport services and other types of very critical things, even helping people register to vote overseas. So all of this saying, what I would like to be able to do is I'd like to be able to move this out of the policy process and really allow that Ginny task force with our staff and with our community partners to take a look at these different models. And then whenever the next round of conversations regarding our next steps for the Ginny project, at that point, then the commission can take those recommendations and start to flesh out a more concrete road path. Because for me, this isn't something that just takes a couple of years. This is, for me, we are talking about fundamentally changing local government's approach, and that takes time. Yeah.
Thank you. Commissioner Duncan Walker.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Morgan, for your presentation. I do have a question, and I almost want to apologize before I ask it, because you did a wonderful job of presenting the research that you had done, but I was wondering if in that research you had any other examples. Maybe you just didn't include them in the slides, but if you had come across any other examples of programs such as this one in cities of comparable sizes to Gainesville, with a similar immigrant demographic. Because I noticed that these are some kind of major metropolitan areas. So I was wondering if you could share with us if you had, and if you hadn't, I know that that'll be something that I'm interested in, kind of doing a kind of real-time comparison with regards to that. Had you come across any similar to us?
We do not have that in this report. We do outline that typically these cities that we're looking at are larger or are closer to a border, so might have a little bit more of a pressing need. I think that our fellow did attempt to look for some, and really the more prevalent and built out programs, you're seeing them more on the larger city level. And Commissioner Ariola mentioned that he was interested in looking at kind of innovative and large scale approaches, which we typically are seeing out of those larger cities right now.
Thank you for that. So I will say that I'm interested in this conversation, and I'm interested in entertaining a number of different things. Certainly seeing what's being done in other places, but also us being visionary with regards to what it is we currently offer. In just a little bit of research that I have done, I have found where such services are integrated into existing offices of equity and inclusion. And so, Zariah, I see you in my peripheral vision right there, and I don't know how you feel about that, but at the end of the day, I know that it is being done in various places throughout the country in existing infrastructure. So I think as we move forward in those conversations, it would be interesting to add or at least consider that framework as well. Commissioner Chestnut, to your point, I do love the idea of creating capacity for existing organizations as well. I think that's always something that we should entertain and move forward. I think, if I remember correctly, when we were doing the ARPA process, that was one of the things that some money was afforded for, building capacity in some of those nonprofit organizations. So at some point, I'm not really sure how it all can come together, but I think, we have a number of components that we certainly can come back and have an even broader and robust conversation with the new commission as to how we might be able to entertain these things. I will tell you that, as I mentioned before, when Jenny first brought their ideas to us, I certainly am looking forward to how we will broaden our offerings to individuals who speak other languages and whose needs are a little more vast and diverse from what we're currently looking to serve. So that's certainly something that I'm looking forward to. But I want to thank everyone who has contributed thus far, and I'm interested in what the new commission may consider. Thank you.
Thank you. So, whenever sort of embarking down, go ahead, Commissioner Duncan Walker. Go ahead.
I'm so sorry.
That's right.
Every now and then that happens. I did also want to ask this, because in what Morgan has presented today, Morgan, you gave us a lot of great examples of what these other cities are doing, but we did not really get a fiscal impact. And I think, once again, to Commissioner Chestnut's point, that is something that we absolutely have to consider. And so when we look at this in the next phase, without jumping in on what Commissioner Ariola may have asked you to do in your research process, certainly I know that as we move forward, that's something that I'm going to absolutely be concerned about and be needing to see. And if in that research, I think get creative and see what other places are doing. But the fiscal piece of this and what the sustainability is going to be something that's will be of interest to me. Thank you.
All right, thank you. So anytime this commission or any other governmental body sort of embarks upon a sort of new policy path, exploring new options, it's always about identifying a problem that needs solved and then figuring out, okay, what are the best ways to solve that problem? And so to me, this is the problem that exists is that our city is not equally accessible to all of the neighbors who live here, and the opportunities are not equally available to all of those neighbors that live here. And so if you are one of our neighbors and you have limited English proficiency, or you have other cultural circumstances that do not allow you to access our city services or even just be fully integrated into our community, you are not receiving the same sort of equal benefit of being called a neighbor. So some of that, and I think this is where we started with the Gainesville Immigrant Inclusion Project, is that at a bare minimum, when somebody needs to access our city services, they need to be able to do so in a seamless manner. So whether they're calling to register their child for an after or out-of-school program, or they're calling because they need emergency law enforcement assistance, or because they're visiting GRU to discuss their bill or needing to switch service, that experience has got to be equally accessible and equally enjoyable as somebody who speaks English fluently. The second part of that, so that's the sort of, we have got to do that throughout the organization. I know we're working on that. I have asked the sort of charters most intimately involved in this for an update that I know they'll send out to the entire commission, so we can kind of see where we are with that process. The second part is broader, and it's about how do we as a community ensure that we're being as welcoming and inviting as we possibly can be, because whenever we're less than completely committed to that, we are missing out on so many opportunities to fold in and take advantage of the richness that every one of these neighbors brings to our community. And so, I think this is a good question to ask. How do we best accomplish this? I think the first part of what I mentioned is very clear. The city has got to invest in the infrastructure, the technology, the professional development and training within our 2,300 person organization to make sure that anytime anybody calls or visits an office or needs a form, it's available to them seamlessly in the language of their preference. The second part of that, I think we can have a good discussion about what the model is that sort of helps build out, celebrate, and elevate our diverse, multicultural city. And so I'm just going to use one example that, we kind of went through this process a little over a decade ago on how do we address homeless services. And do we take that in-house? Does the city establish all of that infrastructure? Or ultimately, obviously, you all know that we ended up with a model where we help fund a private nonprofit to provide those services. There are some things that we do directly, but for the most part, Grace Marketplace handles the implementation of all of those programs, and we are mainly a funding partner in that. And so that could be established either way. It costs money. And so, I think that the question that the future commission is going to need to ask itself is where do you get the greater value, and where are you going to get the outcomes that you desire, but also, Mr. Khan, you need to give that to the clerk. Well, Ethan's got it. So how are you going to achieve those outcomes, and what's the best way to do that? And please, when you have this future discussion, talk about accountability. How are you going to make sure, because I think the temptation is say let an outside group or consortium of groups do this, but then how do we make sure that they are doing the things that we expect and that are necessary? If it's done internally by the city, then the people accountable are sitting on this dais, and we're very accessible, and we can sort of work directly with staff if there's any issues that arise. So regardless, this is so important. As you all have heard 1,000 times now, 16% of our neighbors were not born in the United States. We have an even much larger portion than that that are sort of first generation Americans and Gainesvillians. We receive an outsized benefit from all of these neighbors and their contribution to our economy and to our sort of cultural richness. And so it's important that we continue to invest in that. And I think the real question is going to be, to all those things outside the basic core services that the city provides that we must do equitably for all of our neighbors. The sort of, more cultural and sort of celebratory and community building parts of this could be done externally, or internally, and that's a good discussion, and I think something that we're certainly not going to figure out today. With that, we'll go ahead and turn it over to the clerk and see if there's anybody signed up to speak to this item. I know there are, because I see some of you out there.
Ms. Silva?
I'm super pro immigrant. I have 3 immigrant sisters-in-law. They're from Venezuela, from Vietnam, who came over on a boat at age 8, speaking no English, with half of her family left back in the war zone, and another one from Singapore. They're all wonderful people. I've been married to a Brazilian. I lived in Brazil, et cetera. And I actually, the large international community here is one of the reasons I moved back to Gainesville after Brazil. The others are green, space and the cultural and other amenities of a small city. I'm a big city living in a small city, and I know that a large proportion of the foreign-born people in this city who come and go, some stay longer than others, are connected to the University of Florida, which has huge amounts of money. And I don't see how the city should take on cost without addressing that with the university. I would say, of course, most of them speak very good English and have no trouble. A lot of the business community is foreign-born here, and they're perfectly capable of interacting with the city. So I guess where I have a question is, as we all know, translation is very expensive, interpreting is very expensive. And I just wonder about the needs assessment of, who really needs these services, and is there a way that UF can bear some of that burden too? I really appreciate Commissioner Chestnut's again bringing up the mechanism that the county has in place for sending out RFPs for whatever for the agencies to compete, and has strict accountability for following up on that. And I'm certainly not saying don't do anything for the immigrant population. And as I said, I'm a big advocate for it, and I wish UF had been more charitable about its immigrant population when it decided to destroy the 2 main housing villages on campus where its international graduate students and their children live. So I'm just saying, does the whole cost need to fall on the city? I see that you have other partners in ESOL and so forth, but there's plenty of of support out there in the community, and I just think UF needs to step up. Thank you.
Madam Clerk?
Speaker is Joe Beatty.
Oh.
Okay.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm still not used to the new convoluted rules. It used to be we were all treated like adults. Excuse me, my name's Debbie Martinez. And we were, we would politely, one at a time, step up. Nobody was running over each other. And this is just so convoluted, it's going to take me a while to get used to it. And hopefully it'll be reversed with a new commission. But Ms. Tana Silva just said it beautifully. I love immigrants. I lived in Japan for 4 years. But sometimes I feel that you all are losing your way. We have a federal government, we have a state government, we even have a United Nations, but we only have one city commission. And that budget is hits the hardest the lower income people. So it's really important to time management, rein it in, keep it succinct, and keep in mind the cost. Thank you so very much, and thank you to Ms. Tana Silver for her remarks.
Sure, yeah, and if anybody's new to the process here, just the clerk will call out the names in order that she receives them for each item.
She's going to call me next.
I think so. Quite prescient of you.
Actually, I'm glad that happened. Sometimes a friend of mine calls that a God wink. I'm glad Ms. Martinez went before me, because I hope you listened to what she said. Kind of falls in with what I've got to say. Joe Beatty again. There are all sorts of things we can do to make the world better. But you've got a job to do. The city has a certain role in our local government. And I think you all trying to fix everything too fast, and as I've said in previous citizen comments, our foundation is crumbling, and you guys are in there putting chandeliers and draperies and paint on the walls. And if we're going to help all the people that need help in this community, you got to start with the foundation. We have a poverty rate in this community that's been in the 30s. I looked at it, I don't remember exactly what it is. Hasn't changed in your tenure, Mr. Mayor. And really, those are the people that have been here a long time. And I'm not saying that, new people aren't welcome in that, but got to think about what our resources are. And when you're spending all this extra money on all these extra programs and adding extra staff, we don't have the resources, and you're not paying attention to the core services. You haven't been, I wish you had been on the budget and on the budget reports and the things that have to go to the state and answering the questions of citizens over time, as you've been on all these pet projects that you've pushed through. And now, in the days as you're going out, you're trying to set the table and foist this on the new commission. As I understand it, the county commission's role really is to deal with the social services. And I think some of these things, maybe you have ideas, and perhaps you can get, the schools and the county, use their resources. You're using our resources, not only of dollars, but it translates to dollars. You're using our staff time, and you keep giving them more things, and still your finances aren't okay, and you use that as an excuse. Oh, we didn't have enough staff. Well, you should have been directing them to regroup. You should have been reallocating sources so that you're not in jeopardy now of having money pulled from the state. And Mr. Mayor, you're sitting here, just trying to set the table for others. As I said before, you're going to take 2 weeks recess and you're going to get paid. You're going to go to Israel. Just cancel everything for the rest of the month. Let our capable staff handle it.
Thank you so much.
And Don't
Ms. Beatty.
waste our
Thank-
money and
thank
our
you so much.
time. Thank you.
Madam Clerk? Yep, if your hands are cold, go ahead and give them a little shake there.
Ethan Mejia de Nadal, followed by Robin Louis.
Hello, my name is Ethan Maya-Denidel. I'm with the Gainesville Immigrant Neighbor Inclusion Initiative. I had a somewhat prepared speech, but I have to address some of the comments that I've heard. Immigrants do make up the foundation of our community. When you go home today and eat your meal, your dinner, a lot of the vegetables, fruits, whatever, were picked by immigrants in our community. They contribute millions of dollars in taxes, and many of them don't receive the social benefits that other taxpayers do. Immigrants are a growing amount in our population. They made up a quarter of the growth in our community over the past few years, and that's only going to increase. They're also many of the most vulnerable in our community, more likely to be poor and the number of the most vulnerable is going to be highly underestimated, because if anyone knows about the census, immigrants are the most likely to be undercounted. So the numbers that we do have are probably underestimates. If we want to talk about having equitable benefits for everyone in our community, then we have to allow for language access. The presentation that we heard was asking about what the best practices are for language access, but we already have many of these answers. Google Translation is not enough. We know this. We need an interpretation service with trained interpreters. An interpretation service like Language Line Solutions is pay as you go, so you don't have to worry about the city wasting money or anything like that. It would only be used when our most vulnerable are actually using it. But that being said, the city also needs to provide outreach so that our immigrant community members are actually aware of the services and are able to take advantage of it. The commission, the majority of the commission has already approved these, the implementation of a language service and the hiring of an immigrant liaison, as well as translation of crucial documents, and yet we have not seen any of this progress being made. The city needs to be able to provide language access, and Jenny is here to help with any.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon. My name is Robin Louie. And I have to say that this is an interesting discussion today. I think I'm a little surprised because I thought I was coming to hear a presentation of what steps have already been taken instead of the policy contemplation, which I think we already took care of. Quick response is that almost $23 million of state and local taxes comes from the foreign-born community members here in Gainesville. They are almost 17% of new businesses. So when we talk about where to invest in order to get some return on our investment, I think those are 2 points that are useful. I would remind the commission, and we'll make sure that it's sent out later, but the new American economy did provide detailed data on the financial impact as well as the demographics of immigrants living in our community. I'm hearing today a very nice presentation about some of the larger communities, and I really appreciated Commissioner Duncan Walker's question about those that are more equal in size and type of population. You all have been members of Welcoming America for over 4 years. You have access nonstop to those partner communities all across the country. Yet I really didn't see any of those represented in the presentation on policy. They are living programs that we can replicate or work from. That being said, the Ginny Task Force, the alliance of volunteers from our community, including foreign-born businesses, representatives from city government, presented a blueprint. That blueprint was accepted in March with money. It was almost $800,000. A few months later, that was whittled down to under $500,000, and now we're at $300,000. So there's a history that I think that we're forgetting in these last 10 months of what was committed to. Additionally, the commitment was for an immigrant affairs officer. It was for translation and signage, which was supposed to be an easy fix. And so what happens today is that people who don't speak English don't have access to all of the programs you have on your Parks and Recreation website because the PDF doesn't get translated by Google, okay? When people call, yes, now at GRU we are finally getting interpretation, and GPD has been the example for our city of really good practice when it comes to language in the last year. But we can't say that about other places. The last point I just want to say is that there was mention of this task force working hand in hand with the city. Though I was informed in a conversation most recently with Mr. Fulton from Equal Opportunity that really is not continuing.
Okay, thank you. And I have to just be fair with everybody, but thank you. We appreciate your comments.
Our next speaker is Veronica Robledo.
Afternoon, everyone. Veronica Robledo, with the Human Rights Coalition of Alachua County, also a member of the Ginny Steering Committee. The main points I wanted to make today, some have already been made, but I want to reiterate that approval for this initiative already happened months ago. The funding amount has gone down every meeting where we get an update. So I hope that this isn't a debate about whether or not there's something to be done. Also, when we speak of immigrants in our community, immigrants are not a monolith. Coming from someone who's a daughter of immigrants and also works with immigrants every day, we see, individuals that are in the dirt picking vegetables all the way to executives, right? So it's a wide spread of individuals. What we're trying to address when we're talking about language access are people who are most vulnerable. I know there's sometimes some resistance to providing language assistance because of the idea that, you come to this country, you should learn the language. I will tell you from experience of working with immigrants, many are working on learning the language, would like to learn the language outside of their, 50-hour work weeks. And in the meantime, they still deserve access to basic information from our city. So I hope that that's not something that's up for debate. This is not a pet project. This is addressing the needs of vulnerable individuals in our community. I understand that budget is an issue. This money, from my understanding, had already been identified, some of which was going to be looked at through ARPA, I believe, which again, immigrants are some of the people that have been hardest hit by the COVID pandemic and have had the least access to services. And again, immigrants pay taxes. I've helped people sign up for their ITIN numbers, which is a tax ID number. The IRS doesn't care if you have legal status or not. They will take your income taxes no matter who you are. And the large majority of immigrants pay those taxes. So I hope we can frame this in a different way rather than talking about kind of outsiders. There are lots of newcomers coming. That is the reality of our global reality. But we also have people who have been here for years and years and are just as much our neighbors, our community members as anyone else. So I'm really hoping that we can talk about action steps, which we've already presented and already given to the city through the blueprint. I think a lot of it is about training to access a language line if and when that's needed. It's not about wasting a bunch of money. So thank you.
Thank you.
I just want to confirm, Mr. Khan, is this to speak on this item?
Hi, I'm Saeed Khan. I'm resident of Gainesville for over, 40 years. I came here as a student and then graduated and became a faculty member, and now I'm retired. So I've lived here long enough to know the city. One very important thing, because we are talking about the language thing. When I went to school, from primary school to the university education, everything was in English. I was born in India, in the British India. But when I came here for 6 months, I did not understand a single word when professors were teaching. The good thing was that at least they gave the notes. So I did very well in exams. So the language is pretty big deal. I'm not going to tell you what immigrants are contributing. I have been, as I said, a student and a professor and a very well-recognized professor. So I have been contributing, and you may have seen others, and I'm sure you have been to the Indian cultural centers, Indian cultural events, Brazilian dances, Latin American, Chinese, all kind of restaurants. So the immigrants are contributing, but all of them are not like me. I am very well off, I'm happy. My kids went to the University of Florida, but there are people who need our help. And the biggest help they need is, for example, let me just give you one other example. Just a few days ago, there was an accident, a hit and run, and a Pakistani person who had just joined the University of Florida, he was killed. Police had to contact the parents. What did they need there? Somebody who could speak the language. And all of a sudden, everybody is going around trying to figure out, okay, who should we talk to? Who should we call? And then what happens is that person in Pakistan calls up the Pakistani Foreign Ministry, and the embassy is calling. What I'm saying is that the education in language is a very important thing. These people, whether they are like me, or they are people who are picking, when you go to just Alachua, look at the farms outside there, and you will see who is picking up all those vegetables for us. And don't worry about them, but worry about their sending their kids to schools. And they have to talk to the people in the school board, school teachers. When you talk to the teachers, they will tell you in their classroom there are people who speak 30, 40 different languages. You go to the university in Santa Fe, they will tell you.
Thank you, Mr. Khan.
Thank you.
Appreciate it, yeah.
I made my point, I guess.
You did, sir. Thank you. That's it. All right, thank you. Thank you all for sharing your thoughts and comments. We'll go back to the commission. Commissioner Ariola.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll take some responsibility for some of the confusion. This report was finished by the clerk's office a number of months ago. It was happening at the same time that the conversations were happening around some of the Ginny funding. I didn't want to get them, they were running in separate parallel paths. I'm willing to take responsibility for confusion on that part. However, now after hearing public comment, I would like to get an update from staff on the Ginny recommendations that were made and what's going to come before the commission next.
I've asked, we have Mr. Folston here. I did ask staff to do that. I don't know if they have finished putting that complete update together. If you're ready, Mr. Folston. If not, that will be sent out to the full commission once they have that. And we'll certainly, I've copied Ms. Louie on that as well, and it'll be shared with them because there's a lot of elements to that.
Right. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The only reason I ask is because I just want to make sure that this isn't a conversation about undoing anything that had been done in the past. What I'd like to do is I'd like to add and to continue the conversation, because it really does feel like every time we try to bring something up that is towards this policy realm, there's a lot of resistance, and I don't think that resistance is necessarily insurmountable if we just have enough conversations about it. So, in any case, the direction is, if the direction is for them to return with full recommendations later to the commission, I just want to make sure that the folks who were involved from the beginning are going to have a chance to shape that when it comes to the commission.
Yeah, so I think there's two separate things, Commissioner. We have given very clear direction to staff about a series of initiatives, programmatic changes, basic capital improvements, signage, things like that, that has been funded and is in the process of being implemented. So we will get an update on that. Separate is what you've asked for, and barring any direction today, this doesn't go forward. So I think that if you want this conversation to continue, as we do with every item that comes out of Ms. Spicer's office, we need to tell them what we want them to do next. And so far, we have not done that. Okay, so if we want this conversation to continue about immigrant services, we need to let them know that's what we expect them to do. Commissioner Duncan Walker.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. I would like to ask, Robin, may I ask you a question? If you would step to the microphone for us, please. Thank you so much. So I'm curious as to what Jenny's request has been of the county. Have there been conversations with them regarding any type of contribution or
Yes,
any
ma'am.
type of assistance? And if so, what has been their contribution or their promise?
Sure. Am I correct? It's $750,000? $750,000 has been committed. They also are about to put out a position for an a language access and immigrant community specialist, something that in that neighborhood of a title. They also will be assisting with language translation during welcoming week here. They actually spent about $700 translating the website and materials so that we could assure that there was a diversity of participants at the Greater Gainesville International Festival, and that was a very positive outcome. So that's just one of the examples. Yes.
Thank you.
Sure.
Thank you. My next question is, because one of our constituents did bring up something that I thought was very interesting and that I do believe has value. We ingratiate and lift up and partner with UF on so much. I am wondering if Jenny has in any way, at this point, engaged UF in any part of this conversation to provide resources or assistance in any way, or Santa Fe, UF or Santa Fe?
Yes, great question. When Deborah Bowie was the person from the city coordinating the city end, and I was working for the community-based end, we did reach out many times to representatives from the university and did not get very good participation in the planning, the listening sessions, the survey implementation, and so forth. So I would have to say that they haven't been great partners on that yet. Santa Fe College, we have had an amazing level of support from some of the employees who do work with English language learners, and they help to shape the blueprint which you all have seen. We are working now with, beginning a discussion with the academic dean, Ms. Vilma Fuentes, about how they can become more engaged in the recommendations outlined within the blueprint. But there has not been any financial elements from either of the two, the university or the college. Does that answer the question?
It does,
Yeah.
it does. But I'm not really primarily concerned with financials from them. I mean, that
Okay.
would be nice. But in terms of being able to assist with any of the translation services or things like that.
Yeah, so no, that hasn't happened, and I'll tell you a couple of the challenges with that. People say, oh, well, let the students translate. No, when we're talking about, I mean, remember, a lot of this started around ARP, right? Before ARP, this was about COVID. This was about a crisis. This was about a disaster that we were being impacted by in our community. Getting a young person from, who grew up listening to Spanish and wants to study Spanish to translate is not always the best option when we're trying to get out very clear directives and information. So that hasn't been very beneficial. Additionally, there's a time factor. We know that in dealing with the communications department here, who have been amazing, and especially Gracia Fernandez, who all should definitely applaud for her assistance in translation, is that, things move quickly. So you all would put out an announcement that needs to go out on social media. is there enough time for it to get done? So if you have to talk to a faculty member or a student at the universities, that translation lag is very problematic, right, in order for equitable access to information and opportunities. That is the reason why you all have acquired the language line solutions, the interpretation service, which our understanding is that every department is aware of. And it's a place where you can send in a social media piece and an expedited amount of money you can spend, and you'll get that back. The prices are incredibly cheap. It's going to be cheaper probably than many of our people within the community. And so that was one of the reasons that we were hoping that that would be something that you all would be already utilizing, because we're not seeing that in social media at all.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm curious, Mr. Khan, this is just a really basic question. I was deeply saddened to hear about the accident. I had heard about the accident that you referenced, and you made mention of the fact that the person who was injured, their parents had to be reached out to, and they spoke a different language?
Yes, they were in Pakistan, and they spoke a different language. They speak, not only they speak just official like Urdu, but they speak kind of a different type of the language, yes. And so I'm just giving an example which just happened.
For sure.
And I'm sure the
understand
same thing
exactly.
happens with other languages too.
Absolutely.
Yeah,
I would absolutely agree. I'm just curious, how were those parents corresponded with?
This morning I just talked to the Pakistani embassy here because somehow the parents there, they contacted the foreign minister of Pakistan, his office, and they of course called the embassy, and the embassy was looking for some people here. So they ended up talking to me a little bit. And in the end, this morning, the University of Florida's Dean of International Students, I guess, was able to contact the family on a Zoom call. So they did talk, and at the moment, what they are looking for is that when the body will be released, because it's still at the medical examiner, the young man passed away in the accident. So the body is with the medical examiner, I think. When it is released, it will be sent to Pakistan. So that's what the current situation is.
Absolutely. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Khan.
And just the part about the university and involvement, I think the university should take more part of it, but we have to realize it. 45,000 students, they don't live at the university, they live in the city. So when something happens, it is the city police, it's city health department and others, they will be responding. Anyway, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Khan. I believe those are all my questions for this time. Thank you.
Thanks, and I'll just add one more thing real quick. There is a brand new head of the International Center on UF's campus. She's only been there maybe 2 months. And so it's certainly worth having a new conversation with her about these ideas. She seems very enthusiastic. I've already had a good conversation with her about integrating what they do more with the larger community. So I think there's it's a good time to open up that new conversation. Commissioner Ariola.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to just refer the report on immigrant support services to staff in the Ginny initiative to return to the City Commission within 6 months.
Okay, is there a second?
Second.
Okay, motion is second to refer this back to staff for further work and bring back to the commission within 6 months. Commissioner Chestnut.
Thank you. And if I could just add to that report when staff returns, if they would update us on the coordination, if any, with UF and Santa Fe.
Without objection? Okay, sounds good. Commissioner Duncan Walker.
Much, and I'm assuming staff, who's brilliant, will already do this, but that they have a very clear fiscal impact.
If I might, Mr. Mayor,
Sure.
Mr. Folston is here. He has been asked by this commission to take the lead on the Jenny. I'm working with him, but I am, Mr. Folston, I don't want to speak on your behalf, but I will be working with you to bring a report back to the commission, but you'll be taking the lead on this.
Mayor, Commissioners, Zariah Folston, Interim Director for the Office of Equity and Inclusion. We'll work together on coming back with a report. Mayor, I believe you summed it up well, and Commissioner Ariel did as well. We're talking about two separate things in two different two different lanes. This commission has not taken back any of the money from Jenny since that $300,000 appropriation. We got clear instruction from the commission what we're supposed to be doing, and we're working towards those things. What I think, and I don't want to speak for him, so he can clarify if I'm wrong, Commissioner Ariola is talking about something more comprehensive that he would like to see the city engage in outside of what we've already been directed to do. So they're in two different lanes. So am I hearing you want us to come back with an update on what we've already been asked to do, along with look at the physical impacts that I believe Commissioner Chestnut is talking about and Commissioner Duncan Walker for this initiative in its current capacity or in the new capacity that I believe Commissioner Ariola is referring to today? Because those are two separate.
Yeah,
things.
the intent of the motion is not to rescind any of the previous direction that's been given. That is obviously, withstanding. The object is to give authorization for your work to also include considerations for widening the scope of the work. I don't want you to compromise any of the work that you're doing right now by spinning too many plates in the air, right? But I wanted the commission to give direction for a more comprehensive look at immigrant support services, so that the next commission can have that at their plate.
Yeah, that's what I thought. I just want to be clear to the commission. That's what the intention is.
Including a sort of budget analysis or fiscal impact that would be associated with anything that comes back.
Absolutely. I do want to ask a clarifying question as well. What do you mean by work with the Jenny group? Is it coming back to staff? Because the next level of the policy process would be for the charters to convene and us all do our individual assessments and collectively do an assessment as well.
I think the point was to send it to staff. There's a certain group of people that's been working in this space for a while.
Yes, sir.
But, it might extend beyond that if, we're talking about waste collection or, so.
Well, this is sort of part and parcel to the whole. This conversation is giving evidence to why we need these policies, because we shouldn't have to rack our brains around who we send this kind of work to. The direction is to have staff bring the recommendations to the commission. Within that direction, the Ginny project, the task force, has been instrumental in getting us to where we are today. And I think any future success for any comprehensive immigrant support services is going to require that coalition again. And to me, it is imperative that they be involved. I cannot give direct direction to staff for how and who they choose to work with, but I think the direction's been made pretty clear from the dais, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thank you very much. All right, so we got a motion on the floor. All in favor of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion passes unanimously with Warden Sacco absent. Thank you all for being here for that conversation.
Just for clarification, I couldn't hear the motion because, I'm not criticizing you for wearing the mask.
Can you repeat the motion, please?
But yes, and I just asked that,
We'll
we've
repeat
got
the
a
mo-
long meeting, if you can just talk slower and raise your voice a little, so we can hear the motion.
Thank you, Ms. Martinez.
Thank you.
Can you repeat the motion?
Yeah,
Sure. Madam Clerk, you can do that.
Okay, the motion is to refer this report to staff and bring back a Jenny update in 6 months to include an update on the coordination efforts with UF and Santa Fe College.
Okay, thank you. Next item, please.
Our next item is 2022752 Downtown Strategic Plan, Downtown Management Organization, with a recommendation that the commission hear a presentation, direct staff to identify $20,000 of funding for further development of recommendations concerning the Downtown Management Organization legal and funding structure and the suite of services, and direct staff to identify initial seed funding for future downtown management organization in the amount of $50,000 for initial implementation costs, and direct staff to present the downtown Gainesville strategic plan concept, emphasizing clean and safe as the first organizational priority to partners for equal levels of seed funding.
Okay, thank you. There was a request that basically H2 and H3 are similar, but they are two separate distinct things. But I think Mr. Persons wanted to make the presentation sort of for all of it, but we'll deal with them separately because the presentation kind of covers both of these areas. Is that correct, Mr. Persons?
That's correct. We have one combined presentation, so I'll
Right.
cover both.
Thank you. So I just want to make everybody aware of that. Good.
All right.
Welcome.
Thank you. My name is Andrew Persons. I'm the interim special advisor to the city manager. I have the privilege of introducing this item. We believe as staff, these are the logical next steps to take the downtown strategic plan, which the commission adopted back in October 20th of this year, from plan into implementation. So we have a presentation today. I'll give the introduction, and then I'll turn it over to my colleagues Sarit Salah and Eric Bredfeld to cover the bulk of the presentation. So as the commission recalls, the Downtown Strategic Plan identified 16 big ideas for downtown Gainesville. Those were basically organized into 6 major themes. Today, we're going to be talking about 3 of those ideas. The first is the concept of the Sweetwater Park or Sweetwater Greenway, about creating a downtown jewel, and we're going to talk about what we believe are the next steps for taking that idea and moving it into implementation. The next idea is related to the Streatery and Festival Street concept, which you've discussed at previous meetings. We think there's some next steps that we can take and some funding to be associated with that to make some short-term improvements to the existing Streatery, and then to start the engagement and planning and some design work on the actual Festival Street itself. And then the third is really taking the idea of this place-based downtown management organization from concept to reality. There's some detailed work that we believe will be instrumental in really forming that up. And then we also have identified in the recommendation some seed money that we're asking the commission to dedicate that we can then take to some of our other partners who have been participants in the strategic downtown plan development and really talk about how do we actually build this downtown management organization moving forward.
Thank you. And real quick, I'm just going to quickly just say for the rest of the meeting, if I leave this dais and all, I'm going to designate Commissioner Hayes Santos as a temporary chair if I just have to get up for a few moments. I do not plan on spending any extended time away from this meeting or dais. But
well, if you do, there's only 4 of us, so wait for your turn.
No, I hear you. But anyway, I should have done that at the beginning of the meeting. But yeah, Commissioner Hayes Santos will be chair in my absence. So please continue.
Of course. So again, one of the really sort of themes that we've discussed both through the development of the plan as well as in subsequent discussions has been really this overriding desire to take this plan and to not stick it on a shelf, but actually turn it into action and progress. To that end, the city manager under her leadership helped organize a 2.5-day retreat to really do a deep dive both in the plan on the staff level as well as having some stakeholder engagement, particularly around these 3 items. So the intent of the 2.5-day retreat was to provide targeted next steps for the Sweetwater Greenway and Sweetwater Park, to look at what would it take to make improvements to Streatery and to flesh out and bring the Festival Street concept that was identified in the plan to fruition. And then the third is to establish the downtown management organization and get that ball rolling. So the 2.5-day retreat consisted of, on day 1, well, actually, just stepping back a second, we did actually have some discussion about open container, but that is separate. That's going to be coming forward next year. But on the day 1, which was Thursday, the 3rd of November, we had both discussions on the Streatery as well as the Sweetwater Park, both at the staff level with high-level management from all the different departments of the city, as well as a stakeholder discussion. On the subsequent day, that Friday, That was focusing on the downtown management organization, where we had a series of interviews with similar agencies, other types of business improvement districts, from a lot of agencies that we felt were somewhat analogous to Gainesville, and that was also very productive as well. And we're going to talk a little bit more about those elements in more detail a little bit later in the presentation. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Sarit Salad to talk about the Sweetwater Park portion and then the Streatery.
Hello, good afternoon. Sarit Sela, City Architect with Sustainable Development. Just a second. Okay. So, to follow up on Andrew's introduction, the next steps that we're proposing for the Sweetwater Park and the Festival Street and Streetery is a vision and feasibility study. The goal of that study would be to identify the community wishes for the park and the space through community engagement, develop space and infrastructure vision to meet the community wishes and maximize the space potential, and to generate compelling visuals to gain community support and attract project partners. We will also look at the challenges, potential challenges, alternative solutions for existing conditions. This is next. No, this is next. Yeah. Okay, so Sweetwater Park key findings. From our, on November 3rd, during that retreat, we took a sidewalk to the Sweetwater Park and the Streetery areas with stakeholders, community members, and staff. And a few points were raised. First of all, there is a big recreation and open space opportunity for downtown and neighboring communities and the amenities that are along the Sweetwater Park. This park is currently underutilized. It feels isolated, disconnected, and many feel unsafe. And there is a potential to create a distinct sense of place that is complementary to Depot Park and build on the natural beauty of the park and close proximity to the varied cultural amenities. Programming and design can be informed by the desired sense of place. As for the Streetery, on October 20th, the City Commission directed us to have permanent Streetery on Southwest 1st Avenue between Main Street and West 2nd Street, and then to look into Festival Street solution on Southeast 1st Avenue between Main Street and the Sweetwater Park. And the differences are just to kind of have everybody on the same page. The Streetery or pedestrian zone is a street that is close to through traffic, no on-street parking, it's dedicated for pedestrians, and programming, commercial activity, it's a pedestrian zone. While the Festival Street is open for traffic, has some on-street parking, but it is redesigned to allow for more pedestrian activity. Maybe changing from diagonal parking into parallel parking to gain more sidewalk space or other things that can allow for more landscaping, more sidewalk areas, art, etc. This Festival Street can also be flexible to be easily closed for special events. It could be a farmer's market, it could be a dance night, it can be different other things that could use the right-of-way in different ways. In terms of the Streetery, the discussion, again, the same group had the sidewalk and then came back to City Hall and had informal discussions. So the overall impressions were that the Streetery provides a lively outdoor space in the heart of downtown, but many times it feels underutilized. The space could be further activated and programmed with curating additional businesses in events to increase public interest in a Streetery as a strong destination in downtown. Daytime and nighttime businesses have different needs. We heard different needs for access to parking, loading, and so there is a variety of users of that street. The Streetery area by Flacco's is successful. However, some neighbors are concerned about the closure of this significant entrance to the neighborhood. And here, if you would please put on the other slide, and you have a copy of that was added. At the last meeting on August 4th, the City Commission did not reach a clear resolution about the future of the Streatery by Flacos. It was voted tied 3-3, and staff was directed to develop considerations about the future of this area. So at the meeting, again, the retreat, that day that we had the sidewalk and the informal discussion with stakeholders, we heard conflicting perspectives on the perceived public benefit of that Streatery area on Northwest 2nd Street. So currently staff is proposing, we see 3 potential routes. One is to have the permanent road closure, as we have had it since 2020, as a Streatery area dedicated for the Flacos restaurant business and programming. Another one is to return to this open, normal standard pre-COVID street, which would allow for the entrance. A third idea is to have a sidewalk cafe on one of the sidewalks. Maybe on the eastern side, which is by the state attorney's building. It's a wide sidewalk. It could both provide for pedestrian access with ADA access, still have enough seating for a restaurant cafe. And we have talked with both Sarah Puyana with Flacos, who is here, and Dottie Fabizi, who is with the historic Pleasant Street neighborhood. And I'm happy to have them here give their comments on this idea. So this is all for the Streatery, and now Eric will continue with the downtown management organization. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Sila.
Hello, everybody. Eric Breitfeld, Department of Sustainable Development. I do economic development and real estate work. And I believe I'm last but not least here. Just have a couple of slides to build on Andrew's points about the place management organization. We did have a series of 4 interviews on that Friday, the second day of the strategic session, the retreat. And we interviewed the directors and/or co-directors of each of the agencies that are on this slide. Spent about 30 minutes with each of them. And when I say we did, it was primarily the internal staff from the city. Various representatives from different departments were invited. And we wanted to talk through basically the importance of those organizations and what really their focus was, what their organization was, how did they proceed, what were the implications of their budget, et cetera. So those 4 organizations were the Louisville Downtown Partnership, the Columbus Downtown Development Corporation in Columbus, Ohio, Jacksonville Downtown Vision, and Miami Downtown Development Authority. And as you can see down in terms of you can see the years those different agencies were funded, and also the budgets that they had established for operating expenditures over time. And some of the roles and responsibilities, which I'm going to talk about. There's some commonalities there. I do want to just step back and say that I believe when my colleague Sarit and I got involved in this, we thought about the idea that if the downtown was going to get to a different point in its maturation, we really felt like it was necessary for the city to build capacity for that to happen. And by building capacity, we mean having an organization that basically looks out primarily and only for the interest of the downtown as a holistic area. And we went in with that thought. We got that thought basically backed up by the research that our consultant did, because the consultant helped us line up all these interviews and has worked with these different agencies. And then really a very important thing is that we got that supported by all the community engagement we did, because I think there was a general theme that we heard that folks thought we needed the next evolutionary step in an organization that worked on these issues. We used to have the GDOT organization in town, but that's kind of, run into some issues, so.
And if you could please pause for a question
Sure.
from Mr. Chestnut.
I'm sorry, Mr. Mayor, it's not a question. I wanted to
Okay,
make
yeah.
a motion back with Sarit's report, check staff recommendation.
Okay.
Yeah, so if you want to wait.
Yeah, let's wait, because they're two separate items. So the first one is going to be the first thing we take any action on will be this management organization, and then we'll need the clerk to read the next item into the record, which has to do with the streeteries and some of those other
That's
things.
the item I wanted.
Yeah, so so just keep, and I'll come back. Go ahead, Mr. Grant.
And I'll conclude shortly here. So the commonalities that we found in each one of these organizations, essentially they each have a governance structure that's got some independence from the city structure. Now, they can be a little bit of a different flavor in terms of how much independence they have. Some are totally independent and maybe set up as a 501c3 or a 501c6. Some are a little bit more integrated into their respective communities. They seem to all have a funding mechanism that is distinct and supplemental to city financial contributions. Okay, so they have a funding source, basically. And what you're going to see in our recommendations today is, I think, what you were just actually talking about in your last item, which is this thought about, we're kind of recommending that we kind of try to seed this effort in these two regards, but that we also go out to other folks in the community and ask for their contributions. A vibrant ambassador program designed to promote outreach to downtown stakeholders. That's the idea that, you try to get people involved in that organization and they act as the communication group that goes out and promotes the downtown. Vital marketing and communication presence that advocates on behalf of the downtown and reiterates the brand. And then finally, the provision of enhanced services, inclusive of clean and safe, business development, real estate curating. That's the idea that you'd have an organization that was looking out for the real estate development interests of the holistic downtown, not just, spot by spot, basically, which the market does, which is a good thing, but you probably need a more holistic approach. And then events and programming and placemaking are all important commonalities that are worked on. I think the thing that struck us, and you'll see in the recommendation, is that the downtown Vision Jacksonville, they really led on the clean and safe. And that's something that really came out in our engagement internally, that this organization hopefully will focus on that particular area first and really do a good job, because it's something that we need some enhancement on. And then final slide, the findings are basically that whatever organization hopefully evolves out of this effort, that it be nimble and responsive, and it provide sort of a premium service to the downtown over and above likely what the city provides based on our findings from these other organizations. The place management organizations, in many cases, they're kind of in the forefront of policing, not in terms of the enforcement that's done, but instead through these things like crisis intervention, homeless outreach, and partnerships with public safety. So getting out there and proactively looking at these issues and trying to work on them in concert with law enforcement, but also sometimes they're taking the lead. They actually know the people that are out there, et cetera. Being an independent agency allows the organizations to act, again, nimbly and be well connected into the city and county. And the final thing that's probably the most important, we have some more work to do, is that, these different models are not forced on the property owners. Eventually, we've got to get more stakeholders from the people that are in the downtown, and they really have to make this work from the bottom up. And that's, in this first item that you're taking up, I think that the funding that we're asking the City Commission to direct staff to identify is going towards starting to build the skeleton of this, and then also identifying future seed funding that we might be able to tap into, not immediately, but something we could tap into, but importantly, that we could go out and meet with our partners like the county, the school board, the university, Santa Fe College, and say, you know, we did this plan, you participated in it, we're starting to implement, the city has put aside this funding, and we're asking you to try to match it. We thank you for your time, and we'll be available for any questions. Thanks.
Okay, thank you so much. So again, we kind of got a composite presentation there, but this item is specifically speaking to really Mr. Bredfeld's presentation and the Downtown Management Organization. The recommendation is to identify $20,000 for further development of recommendations concerning the Downtown Management Organization, legal and funding structure, direct staff to identify initial seed funding for the future Downtown Management Organization, the amount of $50,000 for initial implementation costs, and direct staff to present the Downtown Gainesville Strategic Plan and Downtown Management Organization implementation concept, emphasizing clean and safe as the first organization priority. So with that, Commissioner Santos.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll hold my comments for the Streetery to the next item. For the Downtown Management Organization, I'm excited for us to see us moving forward. It's not going to be done overnight. It will take years for it to actually happen, but it has to start somewhere. So I would move staff recommendation.
Okay, motion and a second. And Commissioner Hess, that light was for the next item, yes. Right? Okay. Thank you. And I'll just, this is an important step. We're going to have to be, I think, patient as it builds and develops, but it's absolutely critical that we do it. One of the visits I made with the Chamber of Commerce led this group, we went to Columbus, Ohio. And, Gainesville and Columbus are not identical cities. We both have large universities, but Columbus is a very large city. I think they're maybe a top 10 population in the country. You don't think about them as that, but they're very large. But they had a really highly successful downtown business organization. One of the things we came back really appreciating is their ambassador program. These folks, not only like if Joe and Jane tourists wandered up and were lost or didn't know, wanted a recommendation for a good scone, they could help with that. But they also were really frontline workers to address folks that were facing homelessness. They were a major crime deterrent because they were very visible. They all wore sort of similar uniforms, so there was always this presence. And so both the perception of safety and reducing opportunity for folks, especially looking to do petty crime. And it really, you could see the impact. I mean, it was very clean, very safe filling, and the businesses were fully supportive. I mean, yeah, they paid a little bit extra out of their till to support this thing, but they got such value from it, not just in the services provided, but improved, street furniture and, other things like that. So, this is really, I think, the missing link in taking full advantage of what already is a good core downtown. I've been having some conversations recently with a couple folks. Both of them are kind of different examples, but both entrepreneurs that moved to Gainesville recently. One is the CEO of a very large international company and lives downtown. The other has a small cybersecurity firm, but he relocated from the DC area to Gainesville in an effort to grow his business. And both of them love Gainesville. They love what we're doing. They're happy they've made the decisions, but they're both were like, we cannot recruit and retain the people that we need for our businesses unless we have a more vibrant downtown. I mean, it was consistent. So it's all right there. We're not starting from zero, but it's not going to happen on its own. Like, it absolutely needs guidance and focused effort. And I think ultimately that funding source, I've always been a big supporter of a bid, a business improvement district. Maybe that's not the right thing, I don't know. But it's going to need its own guaranteed revenue source that's guaranteed to be spent on things that will directly support and improve the downtown area. So, yeah, I thank you, Mr. Bredfeld, and everybody else on the team that worked on this. I think this will be a huge step forward, and I'm excited to get this moving. Madam Clerk, do we have anybody signed up to speak to this item?
First speaker is Tana Silva.
Hi. So taxpayers have subsidized downtown for decades, downtown development, and turning the CRA into a city department in 2019 was sold as a way to focus redevelopment on the east side. It became very clear very fast that downtown took precedence. The advisory board reported that GCRA priorities were hijacked by the city manager and economic development unit. This looks like a district similar to a CRA district with unelected overseers, an extra tax, and greatly expanded area. This is the biggest worry to me, that now encompasses the neighborhoods, the power district, Depot, South Main, and what we think of as downtown. Plus, some unelected police activities. But again, expansion is a big problem. And as far as maintaining relationships with property owners while still being well connected to the city and the county, that's never been a problem. The well connected already pretty much get what they want, and now they just wouldn't be so subject to sunshine laws, as far as I can tell. Ron Cunningham wrote about Charlie Lane as a unifier and his partner Lauren Poe hosting meetings, not hosting meetings together, the mayor hosting meetings that evidently weren't requested by the commission or publicized. Ron wrote about needing to keep money flowing to downtown because GCRA funding would end in 7 years. Already, almost $2 million is going to AMJ alone of city resources. And UF strategic plan underlies this plan, while local taxpayers keep subsidizing UF more and more, and it's not thriving Innovation Square. We haven't seen an accounting of the 2017 partnership with UF or a return on public investment from it. And I would say just generally UF needs to get out of city government. A tax district could backfire, raise rents, and drive out the homegrown small enterprises that make downtown special. More demolitions and new big construction won't help them, or the human scale, natural, cultural, and historical assets and environment. Upzoning everything with no plan is not a plan. Idea 12, subsidizing market rate development, no. And curating real estate could mean privatizing public property. That doesn't need to be in the hands of an unelected body at all. And the management organization and plan are considered an immediate implementation priority because people are eager to lock it in to the city on their way out the door. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Clerk.
Debbie Martinez. Joe Beatty.
Joe Beatty, I just, this has provoked something in my mind from a city I used to live in, a little town city. Things like this, the Downtown Business Associate owners, got together with the chamber and they created their own, it wasn't the city, they worked with the city. I'm not sure why we have to get involved in everything as the city, and I think you can facilitate some of this, but I'm not sure why that's happening and why this whole thing, the push, as Ms. Silva said, it's a lot coming from the University of Florida, which takes a lot of our land off the tax rolls. You've got to keep thinking about who's paying for this, and we keep supporting all these other issues. I'm not saying that the downtown doesn't need to be improved, but I've lived in places and really seen redevelopment. I have a friend who just redeveloped, years ago, but he redeveloped all these businesses and the town is thriving. And Galesburg, Illinois. So I'm not sure, you know, and you, Mr. Mayor, seem to want to take everything on the city's shoulders, and our shoulders aren't very broad, and our money, it's not there. So I think that's a mistake. And also, I'd like to say, you had somebody before you that asked for an apology, and you were silent on it, and I still think that that's kind of like an elephant in the room here, and I think the woman deserves an apology. I'm not talking about me.
Thank you, Ms. Beatty. Madam Clerk?
Sarah Payana.
Hello, how are y'all doing?
Good.
I own Flacco's Cuban Bakery, which has been one of the streeteries that Sarit just posted on the. Well, anyways, so I try to keep the street available for community events.
We're gonna. Sorry, I know this is confusing. We're gonna talk about that item next. This is just about the downtown management portion.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, and then we're gonna get to the streetery thing right after this.
Okay.
So, yeah, sorry. Thank you for your patience.
Robert Mounts.
Robert Mounts, as some of you know, I'm the current president of the Matheson History Museum, Inc., which is a major partner in this nonprofit, but right in the middle of the downtown jewel, which we'll be talking about next. Really like to talk about both things at the same time. Been waiting a long time. But the part that I like, the staff recommendation here, is the focus on everybody making it clean and safe. That is throughout all the recommendations we've seen so far. And in that regard, inevitably, and Mr. Persons mentioned it may come up next year, is a revisiting of the open container ordinance. Because as you know, I've written on this, A Tale of Two Cities, one city during the business day and early evening, and another after the bars close at night. And I do believe after 43 years of experience working with young people in the military that there is a direct relationship between abuse of alcohol, particularly late at night, and outside of confined areas like bars or a streetery that's enclosed, and violence, sexual violence, gun violence. And I know you cannot legislate gun sense measures. We all wish you could. And I'm a member of Moms Demand Action, fully believe in all those initiatives. But you can legislate when people get to drink outside. And that's where you need to focus your efforts, in the coming year, and make Gainesville clean and safe 24/7. 24/7. I haven't heard anything from the chief that said that things have improved. The one thing that Commissioner Sacco did do is go down herself and see for herself the violence late at night last spring, raise this initiative, but it died. Let's do something in the coming months. And I'm speaking to the new commission and the staff, not just those that want a vibrant downtown that's a little bit different from the adult concept that I would recommend. Thank you.
Madam Clerk?
That's it for this.
That's it? Okay, thank you. Yeah, if you want to speak to this item, absolutely.
Well, as a business owner downtown, I do think this is an important organization to create because when I first started 16 years ago being a downtown owner, there was a group, but it was led by a separate entity that didn't have anything to do with the city. And there wasn't really a good way to know when the meetings were, or even if they were held accountable to share that information with the rest of the people downtown. It was kind of like if you were in it, you were in it, and then there was nothing really available for those who were not in it. And I think if the city leads it, then it'll be more accountable for everyone to be able to be a part of it. And also it'll give those of us who are just, tenants a voice as well, and not just property owners. So I do think it's important to have an organization that manages the downtown.
Thank you. Yeah, that's it. Okay, we do have a motion on the floor, which is the staff recommendation. Commissioner Santos or Chestnut, is this for the next item, your lights, or is it, do you? Okay, great. So we'll go ahead and move to a vote. All in favor of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion passes unanimously with 2 absent. All right, Madam Clerk, if you read the next item into the record.
Our next item is 2022751, Downtown Strategic Plan, Potential Capital Projects, Sweetwater Park, Streatery, and Festival Street, with the recommendation that the City Commission hear a presentation, direct staff to identify funding in the amount of $200,000 to implement the steps outlined in the agenda item, and direct staff to present the Downtown Strategic Plan and identified recommendations and concepts to enhance the Sweetwater Park, the Streatery, and the festival to community partners.
Okay, thank you very much. We already saw the presentation, so we'll go to Commissioner Santos.
Thank you, Mayor. 2 points, one on the Streetery and then one on the Sweetwater Park area. I think that currently the recommendation from staff is to just look at the area, the 4-block area from 4th Avenue to University Avenue for that linear park. I think if we only look at that portion of the Sweetwater Trail, then I think it will fail. Linear park just need people to come to it, and we need connections. That's what will make this park successful. And I think and it also should be connected to Power District and to the trail up north. So I think we should look at this when we're asking for work on this to the actual connection of Sweetwater Trail that goes up through Duck Pond and then over to the 6th Street Trail, and then down through the Power District and down to Depot Avenue, and ask us to look at all of that together. Currently, Sweetwater Trail is being built, already designed south of Depot Avenue. But I think if we just look at a 4-block section, it will fail. Let's look at this all together so that we can have something that works together, that it doesn't feel disjointed. And Sweetwater Park will be successful when we have people going through it, not when we just make a few changes to it, I think. So that's one portion that I would like for us to move forward on, is to have us look at that whole section of it. And then the second portion, I have a question on the staff recommendation on the sidewalk cafe. The sidewalk cafe that opens up all the lanes and just has the east side of the sidewalk being where the cafe would be?
Currently, it's a one-way street, so that's the design. So it would be one-way design, and we may look at using the 3 car spaces in front of Flacco's as an extension to the sidewalk. And we will look at different alternatives, either do it on the eastern side sidewalk, which is wider, but it's not adjacent to the restaurant, or see if we could accommodate some seating next to the building on the west. But if you give us that direction, we will work with transportation, make sure that it's all safe, with our consultant, this urban design consultant, with the business owner, to see what could work, well for everybody. Another idea is to add also a historic marker or some kind of a sign entering the historic Pleasant Street neighborhood, to have something that recognizes that entrance as well. So these are the ideas that we have, and if you direct us to the sidewalk cafe, we'll come back with different alternatives.
Yeah, so I have significant concerns if it's on the east side of the street. That would mean people would have to walk across a laneway, and I don't think that's a safe way for us to do it if we have it on the eastern portion. I think we should keep it closed. There's 100 for driving. It's 100 feet more to go. That's all it is to get into the neighborhood behind. That's not a whole lot, and I think that's well worth keeping a safe place for pedestrians. And for the sign, I think we should have a sign, but I think we should have it further back where the district actually starts, not here, because the district starts three blocks back. So those are 2 things. I think we should continue to have it fully blocked off pedestrians. 100 feet difference for cars is not very much. Let's create safe places for pedestrians. If we want to make Vision Zero changes, we have to make these real changes. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Commissioner Chestnut.
Mayor, and I differ from you, I believe, on this. The neighborhood and I think the vendor there, Flecos, and the neighborhood have come to an agreement, and they both agree on reopening Northwest Second Street. Northwest Second Street is the only through street from Porter's to 8th Avenue. And it's been closed, but they've come to an agreement with the Sidewalk Cafe, and I think that that is what I would like to see happen. Ms. Fabacy is here from the Pleasant Street neighborhood, and Lycos is here as well. I think Sarit's recommendation was to, what you just read, was the compromise solution of a sidewalk cafe and to reopen the street. I think that the neighborhood has cooperated very well during the time that it's been closed, but now we need to get back to trying to preserve our neighborhoods. So my motion is, if I can put a motion on the floor.
Sure.
The motion is to direct staff to reopen Northwest Second Street.
Second.
Okay, the motion is second. There are other items in this recommendation. Do you wish to address those in your motion? You want me to read them?
Yeah, let me find.
Direct staff to identify funding the amount of $200,000 to implement the steps outlined in the agenda item, and direct staff to present the downtown Gainesville.
Yes.
All that, so the staff
All of that.
recommendation plus open up
Staff
second.
recommendation plus open up Northwest Second Street.
Okay, thank you. And the second was from Commissioner Duncan Walker. Commissioner Santos, you mind if I get Duncan Walker first, since she hasn't had a chance? Go ahead and put your light back on. Commissioner Duncan Walker.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Chestnut did make several of the comments that I wanted to make, but I did want to say how refreshing it was to see business and community be able to compromise. That's wonderful, and I thank you. I know this has not been easy. I had a chance to speak with the business owner, and she expressed her concerns. Ms. Fabacy and I go back a number of years to when we both served on the CRA board, where you were the chair and I was the co-chair, and so I know your concerns for the historic Pleasant Street neighborhood that I share, having been a part of it for generations myself. So I just want to thank you, and I want to thank staff for this recommendation, but certainly I think this is the type of thing that we always want to see in communities, because prayerfully, Flacos will be there for many years to come, and will have the benefit of your business and the services that you provide, and we'll be able to continue to see this type of working relationship with existing community, because that is something that is important to me as well. So thanks to the both of you for your work on this.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead, Ms. Persons.
I just wanted to, Mr. Mann grabbed me and we discussed, I believe, and I spoke with Ms. Salah, we believe we can, I think, have a solution that works for both parties, probably by the end of January. So that's what we would look for in terms of reopening the street, if that's acceptable to the commission.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. Commissioner Santos.
Thank you, Mayor. If this motion fails, which I hope it does, I do have one question on the, is the motion to have the sidewalk cafe thing, or just to open up the street completely?
Open up the street completely and have the sidewalk cafe. That is the agreement. That's the compromise.
Okay.
To expand the streets, so to take away the 3 parallel parking spots.
So, yeah, so people home can't hear you, but I think I can clarify that. I believe, Commissioner Chestnut, and I don't want to put words in your mouth, but I think what you're requesting is for staff to implement the compromise that was arranged between the business and the neighborhood, correct?
Right, and that includes an outdoor sitting area
Right, yeah.
of Flacos.
Yeah, so both the road would be open, and there would also be an expansion of a sidewalk cafe area that would include part of the road. All right. Go ahead, Commissioner Santos.
Thank you, Mayor. The other portion, I'm wondering if the maker of the motion would be okay with adding to look at Sweetwater Trail, the whole portion of it, instead of just those 4 blocks. Because if we just look at that, I really do think that'll just fail. That park will succeed when it connects up and then also connects down to Depot Park. I think the area south of, or not to Depot Park, the area south of it through Power District can be a temporary thing as we wrap that up. But to have that connection, that's when that park will be successful. So I don't know if you're open with amending that to include that going up into the 6th Street
For
Trail.
staff to look at that, and then would that make this motion successful?
Well, I'll probably have to split it, but I want to make sure the seconder is okay with that modification.
I actually would request that we split that out.
We can, but for the motion to be amended, are you okay with asking staff to look at a little bit broader connection area for the
Sure,
Sweetwater?
you ask for it, but I would definitely like for it to be split out.
Yeah, okay. Can do. Was that all, Commissioner?
Yes. Thank you, Mayor.
Okay, thank you. So just real quick before I get to Commissioner Ariola, the motion is the staff recommendation plus implementing the compromise alternative as arranged between the business owner and the representative from the neighborhood association, and to expand the area of Sweetwater Park that staff will look at. And again, just to look at and bring back recommendations. Yeah. Commissioner Ariola.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. I am always happy to see positive dialogue and friendly amendments accepted into motions. I am pleased to see that we've gotten to this far. I just want to stress, because I think I'm going to vote for the motion. I just want to stress that the key is always safety. When we're trying to get people around our city, that's the key. Everything else is what we enjoy out of life, but if we're not safe in our city, then the rest is what we think about afterwards. We all know cars are very dangerous. 2-ton traveling aluminum metal death traps. So this may not be the right street. This may not be the right issue to get on the soapbox about how car-free zones save lives. Because everywhere you have cars, there are so many points of conflict, and there's almost always accidents. That's not even the right word; they're collisions. So what I don't want is, I don't want folks to think, well, you know, there's a compromise for safety, because there isn't a compromise for safety. And so I'm willing to vote for the motion to allow for folks to come up with something that's going to be safe, something that's going to be usable. But at the end of the day, the less space in our city that we devote to high-speed vehicles that are extremely dangerous, the more safe our city is going to be. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, I want to make peace. You know, I do not think turning public space like this over to cars is in the best interest of most of our community. But I do want to honor the collaboration between, you know, the neighborhood and the business. You know, and I think that is important to acknowledge and reward. There is an unintended consequence here. That becomes a thoroughfare between 8th and University when it gets opened up. Right now, that's not an option for people, so it funnels people to either 6th or Main Street, which are roads that are designed for that kind of through traffic. This will have people cutting through the neighborhood. And, you know, that is that is a negative externality, a negative outcome from this. But, you know, it's after all is said and done, is Gainesville going to be the greatest city in the world or the worst city in the world if we make one decision or another? No. This will have a modest impact on a half a block in our downtown. So it's not a hill for me to die on. But I will split the motion out. We'll do one half for the Sweetwater portion of the motion and the other half for the Streateries portion. Well, I think specifically this Streatery, because I think the other Streatery stuff, there's it seems like there's not any objection to. Commissioner Santos?
Yeah, I just wanted to confirm the expanded area on the Sweetwater Trail portion from Depot Avenue to the 6th Street through Duck Pond. This area. That was.
Okay. Okay. Yeah.
That's what I want to be certain of, because I think
Yes.
the Duck Pond wants to have some input into that.
Yeah.
Because all of the areas.
That's a part of the engagement.
Right, yeah,
Engage
that
them,
will
yeah.
allow for that to happen.
Right.
Okay, Madam Clerk. The staff recommendation with the expanded study area of the Sweetwater area and the staff recommendation plus the expanded study, the staff recommendation plus the expanded study area of the Sweetwater portion of that and the compromise solution to the second area. Madam Clerk?
Ms. Dottie Davison?
Dottie Favasi, neighbor from Pleasant Street neighborhood. Thank you very much. You know, I've been here many times on this issue, and I'm happy to say that we are working together, Rhea, and I'm pretty excited about that, and she's ready to learn lots about the neighborhood, so I'm happy to help with that, and I really appreciate you opening up our street once again. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Silva?
I guess, yeah, I mean, great, reopen Second Street. I mean, it's ridiculous to think that closing one little street that's been there for 100 years is somehow a safety thing. No, it's, you know, I mean, the other thing is I don't really understand how the city can give a public space to one business. I mean, I guess what I was asking about the motion is this is about the Festival Street too? Okay. So anyway, well, just please reopen Second Street. There's, yeah. But I just want to say about the Festival Street, it seems like a big expense to fix a place when we've just had 3 wonderful festivals downtown in 4 weeks. Fest, Bash, and then the Downtown Arts Festival, plus the UF World Music Ensembles and lots more music, art, food, entertainment. And that's been going on forever, spring arts, all of that. And the nice thing is that it moves around according to the, you know, the venue that's needed and all of that. And it doesn't pick winners. This city is, you know, some of this language is making this the premier dining corridor or whatever. Why? I mean, there are little outdoor spots sprinkled around downtown. So to make it inflexible and fixed and spend a bunch of money on it, I don't see the purpose of that. And today makes 27 years anniversary that I've lived in my house in Pleasant Street, and I've seen a lot of improvements to downtown. Sweetwater Park is absolutely beautiful the way that it is, and I think the idea of, you know, extending the Greenway is a great idea. I think there's a lot more discussion that needs to be had about, I don't really understand why the image is in there about that Sweetwater Park across Williston Road. I don't know what that has to do with all of this, but anyway, I think that it's you know, I would just say that the Festival Street idea is, I don't see any really purpose for that, but please reopen the street. I mean, this is one of almost 3,000 businesses in the city, and I don't think a few commissioners get to choose, you know, who gets a public asset for that. So, yeah, if everybody's happy with
Thank you.
Sidewalk Cafe, great.
Thank you.
I had Ms. Jo Beatty next, but I believe she left. Sarah Payana.
Hey y'all, Sarah again. Just wanted to thank you for for giving us the space during COVID when we really needed it. And I mean, it was detriment to our success and still being here and providing a space for a lot of the minority in our community, because that's the kind of programming and events that I hold at my spaces. And I just, having the street cafe, I think, and going to the Pleasant Street meetings, I went to all of them since I heard about this being a discussion, and, you know, engaging with the neighbors. I did put out a petition. I got more than 500 signatures to keep the patio. But I just, at this point, I don't want to keep the fight going, especially if my neighbors are going to be happy and I can just have a couple of seats for those who might have, you know, immune problems and need to eat outside. So I think it works for everyone. Thank you.
Thank you.
Robert Mounts, and last speaker is Michael Hill.
Again, Robert Mounts on behalf of the Matheson History Museum. You may not know, but the American Legion Hall is on the south side at 513 East University. That's our main exhibit hall. And just south of that is a large piece of property adjoining the Sarah Matheson House, the third oldest house in the area, which we own. And one of the things we've done in the past year is drastically cleaned up that whole area. And one of the issues we've had for a long time is homeless camping out, sleeping there, and storing their goods there, and that sort of thing. That's gone down drastically from like 25 incidents a year to 5. And it's just cleaning up makes a huge difference. In the context of that area, which we think can be done regardless of whether or not there's a greenway loop, which we support, a bike path and all that, north and south, connecting north and south. Just uncovering the stream would also help clean up that area and make it more attractive going south. And if the county library could be persuaded to have doors opening up on their east side so that both the museum and the county library were more accessible to people that were there, that would greatly enhance making Gainesville a place where nature and culture meet. And finally, in the context of making things safe and supporting the possible bike path and pedestrian paths north and south, we believe we can justify now a safe crosswalk across East University Avenue. For one thing, we have a building on the other side, the Museum, Library, and Archives, with the old melting pot. And for another, when we have events, and we frequently have public events, people cross that street all different places. They don't go up the hill on either the east side or the west side to cross at the light. They cross in front of the Sweetwater Branch Inn and the Matheson. And we've got one response from our letter asking for support of that. It came from FDOT, and they said, well, we'll be happy to consider it when the city approves the bikeway. We think we should be able to do it now, and appreciate the staff support for all of that. Thank you.
Michael Hill.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Commissioners. Couple of things. So first off, I want to direct kind of my comments here to Commissioner Hayes Santos and Commissioner Ariel on what they said previously about the streeteries. One, I 100% agree with you guys coming from as an urban planning background that yes, anywhere where there are cars, there will be accidents and there will be problems, and I 100% agree with that. However, though, I just feel like that when we talk about the streetery, it's just kind of, it's a too small of an area, and there are other solutions here. So, you know, while I was in undergrad, and I'm done officially this year, I took a class called Crime Prevention Through Environmental Design, and it kind of talks about the principles of designing our communities without keeping one special group of people out, because unfortunately, when you do that, you're not being equitable, you know? So I'm going to tell you that I do love your admiration, Commissioner Hayes Santos, on closing the street. However, though, I do advise and just suggest, look at it on all angles and look for a more equitable solution. The city of Orlando, which I'm going to tell you right now, you all know, is one of the most dangerous cities in the United States for pedestrians and cyclists. I mean, it's disgusting. And they have a budget that's 10 times the size of this city, and they do nothing. What they do in their downtown, I thought was kind of amazing, is that at nighttime at the peak hours, they will block Orange Avenue. And I literally kid you not, if you fly a drone over Orange Avenue at peak bar hours, you can't see the asphalt because it's all people. So, open the street for the neighborhood. But definitely, as time goes on and you create more streeteries, look for something that basically will not hinder the flow of traffic through downtown, but will also create a safe space for pedestrians. That's why I've talked to some of you and suggested temporary bollards, but I don't know. And that's really what I wanted to talk about, because the neighbors of Pleasant Street, and I represent them. I'm going to say that right now. I feel like I represent them. They want the street open, plain and simple. And I just please open the street. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Back to the commission, Commissioner Duncan Walker.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to take a couple of moments to speak to an issue that, and I don't see him in here anymore. Mr. Mounts, or Attorney Mounts, is he? I don't have my glasses on.
He left.
Okay, all right. Well, he stepped away, but I would, for the sake of the record and anyone watching now, and also him when he decides that he'll watch the remainder of this meeting, there was a conversation that Melissa McCready, who had formerly been with us, was pulled into about the crosswalk. And if I can, Mr. Mayor, I'd like for the city manager to take just a couple of moments, whoever she may designate, to speak to the status of that crosswalk right in front of the Matheson, because I know that I had inquired about that. I sit on the board of the Matheson. It's something that we have been in discussion about for quite some time, and I'm grateful that staff had begun to take a look at it. So if we could just hear briefly where you are on that.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, members of the commission, prior to Ms. McCready leaving, she was to make a presentation. Deborah Leisner from Transportation did go to, I'm not sure if it was the last meeting, but she did go to a recent meeting. She made a presentation. I believe we are working on that. Mr. Person, you have an update on exactly where we are?
I do. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Commissioner Duncan Walker, for the question. As the commission knows, we're undertaking a PD&E study, which is the next phase of work for University Avenue and 13th Street. We have a consultant working for the city and DOT on that. The crosswalk is on the list of design elements that'll be part of the PD&E study, and so that will be the next step. That's an 18-month process. It started about a month ago or so. We're going to be moving into the first of the year into the public engagement portion of it, and so we'll be talking about it with Matheson and special interest groups, anybody who's interested. We'll have a number of public hearings, so there'll be an opportunity for the public to come and share their thoughts and hopes and dreams for University Avenue. But that crosswalk is absolutely on the list of pieces to be studied for the corridor.
Thank you very much, Andrew, and thank you, Manager.
Okay, thank you. So we do have a motion. We're going to split it out. So the first, let's start with the sort of the simplest first. So this first vote will be for reopening second and implementing the compromise design that staff has presented. All in favor of that motion, say aye. Aye. All opposed?
No.
That motion passes 4-1 with Jesus Santos in dissent. The second portion will be for the rest of the staff recommendation for the streeteries. All in favor of that, say aye. 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 All opposed? That motion passes unanimously, quietly, but unanimously. Madam Clerk, right? She's over there keeping the record. And the third part of the motion is for the Sweetwater Park with the expanded study area. All in favor of that, say aye. Aye. All opposed? Motion passes unanimously as well. Okay, thank you. Thank you all for being here, for participating, and staff for all the work that went into this. Okay, up next, Madam Manager, how long is the economic development strategy presentation?
I'm not sure. I believe it is presented by the clerk's office. Is
Oh,
that
it's Ms.
right?
Spicer?
Yes.
Oh, okay,
Ms.
okay, yeah.
Spicer.
Let's go ahead then. Go ahead, Madam Clerk.
Hi, Mayor and Commissioners. Morgan Spicer, Interim Policy Oversight Administrator, and I am joined today by one of our Policy Research Fellows, Kaylin Escobar, for her to share her, very similar to our last topic, research on general economic development strategies designed to increase new businesses from a request from Commissioner Ariola. So Kaylin will be sharing that today. Of course, as always, the first two phases, phase one of our policy process resulted in the report, and we are currently in phase two.
Ms. Escobar, welcome.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Commissioners. My name is Kaylin Escobar, and I'm a Policy Research Fellow. Today, I'll be discussing economic development strategies used at the city level. We will start with some existing efforts related to economic development here at the city. For general economic development strategies, the city has historically decided it is more cost-efficient and productive to focus resources on helping businesses navigate city processes, while also allowing city partners, who we will address in future slides, to assist with other business concerns. So that is what the initiatives typically on this slide focus on. First, the city has a strategic action plan for economic development developed in 2010, which is currently the guiding framework for city economic development work. There has also been recent focus on downtown economic development, resulting in the adoption of the Downtown Strategic Plan in October of this year, which was also discussed earlier at today's meeting. The City of Gainesville additionally has an economic development section on their website with detailed information under the Start a New Business tab, including trainings and external resources discussed in more detail in our report. There are a variety of incentives for businesses offered by the city, listed on this slide and discussed in the report. The Gainesville Community Reinvestment Area also offers some specific programs to assist businesses, such as the Business Improvement Grant Program. Finally, the Office of Equity and Inclusion also has targeted services for small business minority and women contractors through services like the Diversity Business Management System. Several state and regional partners offer other resources as well. The state of Florida has a small business resource guide with information of how to create a company and set up taxes. There is also Starting a Business in Florida webpage with business registration information. Alachua County has a more in-depth business resources page, which acts as a virtual directory and contains resources for financing and permitting, as well as external links to local organizations like the Gainesville Area Chamber of Commerce, Gainesville SCORE, Santa Fe Center for Innovation and Economic Development, among others. Through the Equal Opportunity Office, the county also offers a small business enterprise assistance program to encourage small business growth. Being part of the program allows the business to be listed in the Alachua County Certified Small Business Directory. The Greater Gainesville Area Chamber of Commerce connects business owners in the Gainesville area to resources. The Business Resources tab of their website includes a startup guide and a hitchhiker's guide for entrepreneurs, along with a list of local and state incentives. The University of Florida also has their own program called the University of Florida Industry Partnerships that allows technology development companies to collaborate with UF researchers. Santa Fe College is another source of information for local businesses. The Center for Innovation and Economic Development leads local businesses by providing services as business incubators. For a low fee, business owners can receive consulting and feedback, specialized training, office facilities, and more. Next, we will discuss economic development strategies used by other municipalities. Small business guides are a popular form of business support. They allow for specific explanations about city processes relevant to business owners and often include advice and strategies for successful business owners. The City of Seattle has a small business handbook on the Office of Economic Development's website. It was created in collaboration with the Small Business Advisory Council and includes information regarding licenses, regulations, technical assistance, training programs, consulting and financing services, and exit strategies. The City of Miami has an online guide which walks users through determining what type of business you can open based on zoning restrictions, and additionally assists with obtaining necessary certifications for business ownership. The City of Doral has an online guide on starting a business with information on getting started as a business owner, tax and receipt resources, leasing resources, and business startup assistance. An expansion of this frequently offered by municipalities are robust resource pages, which allow business owners to connect to business tools and resources. The City of Orlando has a comprehensive resource list, which also facilitates communication with the city, allowing users to browse alone or request contact from city staff. The City of Tallahassee has a resource page with descriptions of small business support and the organizations offering them. They additionally offer assistance with the paperwork needed to start a business. Advisory boards are another method of implementing business-centered advocacy at the city level. Broward County established their Small Business Advisory Board in 2001, and it provides enhanced communication between the city and business community and has a focus on the provision of opportunities for small and disadvantaged business enterprises. The City of Sunrise also has a small business advisory board, which advises the Director of Economic Development on small business matters, including the development and support of small businesses. Specialized assistance typically comes in the form of the Office of Economic Development, connecting neighbors with individualized support related to economic development, often in the form of an explicit liaison position. It is of note that the City of Gainesville used to have a dedicated small business development liaison about 10 years ago, but this role was ultimately dissolved. In the City of Miramar, residents can create virtual appointments with the Economic Business Development Department. The types of businesses include existing businesses, new businesses, distressed businesses, and several others. Experts connect these businesses with incentives or organizations in the area. In the City of Coral Springs, the Economic Development Office offers guidance to business owners on the development process. Assistance ranges from confidential project management, site selection, in-depth market data, and community connections. Now Morgan will discuss the previous policy research reports related to economic development.
Thank you, Ms. Escobar.
Thank you, Kaylin. So that previous portion of the presentation is the research that Kaylin more recently did, but we did want to note that our office has done a few other reports related to economic development over the years, and so we wanted to briefly highlight these. I will note that the two that we're going to discuss today were both written a couple of years ago, but if there are items that are of interest to you all, we would be happy to do supplemental or updated research. So the first example is empty storefront activation and temporary art installations, which are initiatives to help both improve the appearance of empty storefronts, but also provide economic opportunities for local artists and help to attract tenants to those empty storefront locations. So there's a variety of scalability of these types of programs. So it can be 2D or 3D art installations, and some municipalities have also pursued pop-up installations or studio space for artists. These programs are frequently done in collaboration with nonprofit organizations in the community. Two notable examples of these empty storefront activations is San Francisco, California, which did a art in storefronts program, which they ultimately ended up dissolving, but they did create an art in storefronts toolkit for replication. And then also Arlington, Massachusetts, which allows landlords who need to register for their vacant property registration to waive the $400 annual fee in exchange for putting art in their storefronts. Additionally, we wanted to briefly discuss our report on economic development corporations, which are private nonprofit organizations dedicated to job creation within a municipality to serve as an alternative for economic development being the responsibility of the municipality itself. So these typically serve as a financing and resource body that can offer loans and help to encourage development. Some municipalities have decided to explore economic development corporations due to their ability to engage with the private sector and raise private capital with fewer restrictions than governments. However, of course, pursuing an economic development corporation could result in the disruption of services during any transition, and there's less government and public oversight over economic development corporations rather than it being housed within the government itself. And then just to conclude our presentation, some potential disadvantages are, of course, that engaging in these efforts do take resources and staff time. They may result in the creation of new staff positions, and budget allocations, specifically regarding economic development, are locked in for fiscal year 23. Additionally, as noted, these business incentives may not be sufficient to increase economic development within the city, and that would need an analysis of whether these additional resources are better provided through the city itself or whether our community partners are filling that need. And then potential advantages, of course, resource guides and business support may help facilitate the creation of businesses by sort of reducing the knowledge and financial barriers required to create a business. Additional appointments with staff could help to increase the accessibility of resources, and advisory boards could also help to facilitate increased communication between the government and businesses. But this is just a reminder of the phases of the policy process. Phase 3 is timeline development. Phase 4 is proposal development. Phase 5 would return to the commission, and then Phase 6 would be implementation if you also choose. That is what we have for you today. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you, Ms. Spicer, Ms. Escobar. Appreciate the research. Commissioner Arreola.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, this was a research item I asked to be brought back to the commission because I have always been interested in the topic of economic development, and in the last 2 terms, I've noticed that there's a different approach taken here at the city. I think that when we talk about individual economic development incentives, we have those conversations and we're talking about 1, 2, 3 specific policies or specific geographic locations. What I would like to do is I would like for the government to have a relationship with the business community. It could be, some of the agencies were interestingly formed. You could structure a nonprofit, you could structure a for-profit. I don't want to get into those details in terms of what I would prefer to see, but I really feel as though there has to be government involvement in the economic development processes that is generally taken by the business community. So I know that the Chamber of Commerce, releases their 5-year economic plans and things of that nature, but what I would really like for us to do is to be able to commit resources to potential incentives that are going to help grow business here in Gainesville. One of those that I could be able to find would be online, and it was in the city of Miami. So the city of Miami has a ordinance that they basically require any vacant storefront, if it has been vacant for 6 months and they haven't been able to find a tenant, the city of Miami will actually connect community businesses and organizations to allow to use that space, and they will actually help pay for it. Now, I'm not suggesting that the government should, front every bill, but I do think we need to have a more discussion on how we allocate resources towards economic development. And I think that there's a lot of interesting ideas that have come from this research as well. I think the art and storefronts idea is very interesting. I could see our community getting behind something like that. So essentially what I'd like to do is similar direction to the last, which is that we refer the report to staff to return to the commission within 6 months to include recommendations for economic development strategies. But ultimately what I'd like to see is more resources dedicated through the budget towards economic development and really incentivizing our staff, which is already working so hard on that, to really have more resources.
Thank you. Is the motion second? Okay, Commissioner Santos.
Thank you, Mayor. But I do want to ask, amending the motion, I think there are a lot of new commissioners and getting their thoughts on it too. So coming back, not just for the completed thing, but coming back earlier to get their thoughts.
Oh, absolutely.
On what strategies will work or not work. I think the arts and storefronts is an easy thing, and one of the biggest complaints that we get is the vacant places, and at least by making them look pretty, it helps solve that issue, and also I think makes the area more vibrant. The Economic Development Corporation, I think, is the one thing that we are missing. Most other cities out there of our size, and many of them smaller, have economic development corporations that take money from all the different kind of major institutions and things like that, and then are able to go and actually put out initiatives. It's difficult for cities to do that because of the sunshine laws, and a lot of people who may want to start businesses and stuff like that, they don't want all their plans out there right away. So many times you do it this way so that you can have more success with a business who wants to move here, but they're not ready to announce it to the whole entire world. I think that's something that hopefully the new commission can look at as economic development corporations. I've had positive conversations with with the UF and the county in the past on this. I think it's our one missing thing that we don't have, and why we struggle all the time with economic development. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. I'm happy to support this. I'll just say that the two most significant factors that determine positive economic development are a great place to live, so a great built environment, a vibrant city, a city that people want to live in, especially that sort of 20 to 35-year-old, so not just bars for young people and not just stuff for old people like me, but the folks that you want to recruit and encourage to settle down here. So that's huge, and then a world-class school system. That's what attracts people. That's what attracts companies, and so one of them we are very much involved with. The other, I think there are ways that we can be more supportive of our K through 12 system. But if you don't have those two things, all the other things the city might do are not going to have the impact. impact. So, I think this is important to look further into and a great conversation for the next commission. But you also got to keep your eyes on the things that we have the most direct impact over, and that's, maintaining a vibrant, exciting city. Okay, Madam Clerk, anybody signed up to speak to this? Okay.
I appreciate Commissioner Ariola, I heard you when you requested some research into it. Economic development, of course, is much bigger than having staff do research, and maybe in the next year, the commission will hold some roundtables and bring in, the bigger community. And during the campaign, I saw a couple of candidates being interviewed by the Chamber of Commerce, and they both brought up the broken relations with the commission and the chamber. I don't think that happened a few years back, that the city severed its formal relationship with the Chamber of Commerce. So that's one thing that could be repaired. The chamber has brought out that 2/3 of the economy of the city is based in small businesses, and so that they need some incentives. There's lowering the barriers to small businesses is one good thing. Lowering the cost of utilities and of rents and so forth. The state last year had a new preemption for municipal governments against preventing any home-based business from operating within certain, it has to look like, be in a regular dwelling place and all of that. So that's another shift, as well as people working from home a lot more now. So those are all variables that are changing around. But, the government has to be so careful with incentives. A lot of it is thrown away. The ones that are brought up in the report, opportunity zones. Let me just go back to this. 3 years ago, Blaise Denton of the Florida Housing Coalition warned that opportunity zones have destroyed neighborhoods to enrich corporate developers and their investors' passive portfolios. And he said that local governments need to set up guardrails around them. But no commissioners were present, although it was a city, function. And that needs to be looked at. The opportunity zone begins at 13th Street and goes all the way almost to Melrose. It takes in everything. And there are no guardrails. Any corporations could come in and just build whatever and get the federal tax breaks for them. And they've ruined neighborhoods, like I forget the name of the one down in South Florida, but anyway, so that's something that really needs to be looked at. And I would say that micro-regulating small guys and rewarding the big guys has been kind of a problem with this commission of late.
Thank you, Ms. Silva. Madam Clerk, anybody else? Okay, so back to the commission. Can you just maybe add that this will come back to a GPC committee for further discussion? Okay, seconder, okay. All right, all in favor of the motion say aye. Aye. All opposed? Motion passes unanimously. All right, we have taken on a lot of issues and done a lot of work. We are going to go ahead and head to our recess. We will reconvene at 5:30. Okay, good evening. We're going to call this meeting back to order. Madam Clerk, I believe our first order of business is the Pledge of Allegiance. So if you'd please stand if you're willing and able to join me for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you, and please be seated. Madam Clerk, our next item.
Our next item is World AIDS Day.
All right, so welcome. Good to have you back. It's my honor to present this proclamation on behalf of all of our neighbors here in Gainesville. Whereas World AIDS Day was established to bring awareness to HIV/AIDS and serve as a day to reflect on those who we hold dear, living with or afflicted by HIV/AIDS, and to remember the more than 36 million people who have lost their lives to AIDS since 1981. And whereas there have been significant advances, such as PrEP in the prevention, testing, and treatment, and the success of many people reaching an undetectable level, there still exists the threat of criminalization along with the disparities that impact the lives of so many, with 1 in 8 people in the U.S. living with HIV being unaware of their status. And whereas HIV/AIDS is a global issue, this day offers an opportunity for local faith-based organizations, foundations, businesses, academic institutions, and community organizations to incorporate programs that are critically important in the fight against the stigma surrounding HIV, and to encourage progress in HIV/AIDS prevention, education, and care efforts. And whereas World AIDS Day serves as a day to normalize HIV testing as a part of annual preventative care by encouraging people to get tested for HIV, learn their status, and get linked to care and treatment. We recognize the dedication and efforts of area service organizations, Rural Women's Health Project, Let's Talk About It, Gainesville Area AIDS Project, or GAP, Peers Empowering Peers, or PEP, Black AIDS Services and Education, BASE Incorporated, Well Florida Council, Florida Department of Health in Alachua County, Meridian Behavioral Healthcare, North Central Florida Pride Center, Unspoken Treasure Society, as well as other local organizations which are united in their efforts to bring together advocates living with HIV and their allies to build a pathway to a stigma-free community. Now, therefore, I, Lauren Poe, by the authority vested in me as the mayor of the city of Gainesville, do hereby recognize December 1st, today, 2022, as World AIDS Day in the city of Gainesville, and invite all of our neighbors to join me and recognize and applaud these organizations and community members living with HIV/AIDS as they mobilize to reduce the stigma around HIV testing in order to prevent future HIV transmissions, diminish HIV-related mortality, and improve the quality of life for persons living with HIV. In witness whereof, I have hereunto set my hand and caused to be affixed the official seal of the city of Gainesville, Florida, this 9th day of November, 2022. So thank you for bringing this to us, and please say a few words, and there is your proclamation.
I would like to thank everybody for giving this day a place here in our city, that we are all together as one, regardless of what. And Gainesville has really been there for us throughout the years, and I can stand and say I really appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. All right, thank you so much. Madam Clerk?
Our next item is early public comment.
Okay, anybody that want to speak any items on our agenda tonight that didn't get a chance? Anybody? Okay.
Our next item is Resolution 2022750, second budget amendment to the fiscal year 2023 general government financial and operating plan budget. A resolution of the City Commission of the City of Gainesville, Florida, relating to its general government budget for the fiscal year beginning October 1, 2022 and ending September 30th, 2023, amending resolution number 2022-265 by making certain adjustments to the general government financial and operating plan budget and providing an immediate effective date.
Okay, thank you very much. Commissioner Santos?
Thank you, Mayor. I move resolution 2022-265.
Motion and a second to adopt the proposed resolution. Madam Clerk, anybody signed up to speak to this?
Joe Beatty?
No? Okay, then back to the commission for a roll call vote.
Commissioner Chestnut? Aye. Commissioner Hayes Santos? Aye. Commissioner Sacco is absent. Commissioner Ariola? Commissioner Ward is absent. Commissioner Duncan Walker? Aye. And Mayor Poe.
Aye, that motion passes unanimously with 2 absent. Next item, please.
I believe we,
H5, I think.
H5 on page 7, item 2022763, City Commission approval to execute a professional service agreement for community engagement consulting services with a recommendation to authorize the general manager or his designee to execute a professional service agreement for community engagement consulting services subject to approval by the city attorney as to form and legality for an amount not to exceed $248,100 plus travel and reimbursable expenses.
Okay, Mr. Cunningham.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, Commissioners, so you all are all familiar with the Integrated Resource Plan. We are planning to do an update to that, and one thing that we have not done historically is really engage the community a lot more and make sure we get a cross-section of engagement across the community. And so we've been working with a lot of what other utilities are doing, and we have a proposal tonight that Eric is going to walk us through a little bit of overview of what the IRP is and then the public engagement aspect of that as well. So I'm going to turn it over. Eric Walters is our Chief Sustainability Officer at GRU. In addition, Jamie Versage is here, who's going to also be supporting the effort overall.
All right, thank you. Mr. Walters, welcome.
All right, thank you, Mayor, Commissioners. As Tony said, my name is Eric Walters, and I'm Chief Sustainability Officer for GRU. And I'm here really to do 2 things. Number 1, give you an update on the IRP and where that process is. And then the second part is talk about community engagement and then ask for an approval for a recommendation. And so first, I think it's great to talk about what an IRP is. So starting off with an IRP, it's an integrated resource plan, and it's an assessment of future needs and plan to meet those needs according to what the needs are of the community and also generation needs. It's typically a long-term horizon, so 20 plus years for decision-making process. And what that allows you to do is it allows you to capture retirements, new additions, changes in technology, all of those things. And it really acts as a roadmap for decision making. You're talking about new generation, you're talking about generation retirements, electric grid improvements, policies and programs that go along with that. And so the IRP helps to answer a lot of those strategic questions that utilities face on a day-to-day basis. This process is meant to be an iterative process. So that means every 3 to 5 years, we'll be looking at doing it again. It's not quick. It's not something where you push a button, you walk away, and you come back the next day with an answer, right? Typically, an analysis takes anywhere from 4 to 6 months to really get good data and good feedback and plans for those. And so it's not something that you want to do every year, but it is something that you want to do on a regular basis to make sure that you are you're making those right decisions. So that gives the benefit of a couple of things. Number 1, it reflects changes in technology. We all know over the past 10 years, technology has just taken a shift. Just look at your cell phones alone. Generation is moving at that same pace of change. When you bring in renewable energy, when you bring in those technologies that are on the cusp right now, 3 to 5 years from now, those are going to be commercially available and be able to be included in our plan. So doing that process in an iterative way allows you to take advantage of those things. So things are very exciting on the energy front, and I will say that the energy is in this tectonic shift, right? We've gone from conventional generation, natural gas, coal, oil, to now all of these new options for renewable energy, and we want to be able to take advantage of that. And short of that, the next thing is that it is an industry best practice. When you look at an IRP, an integrated resource plan, it helps you decide which direction you're going as a utility. Utilities are very capital-intensive businesses. You're making decisions that impact and cause millions of dollars to be spent. You want to make sure that those dollars are spent in the correct way and that it has the impact that you want for your community and also for your utility. And so going through an IRP process, make sure that you're applying those dollars in the best way possible. Let's talk a little bit about priorities, specifically for GRU and the priorities. The first is obviously the 2045 net zero resolution. So This will help us meet that. This will be integral into creating that plan to meet that 2045 goal. Now, I will say and put a disclaimer out there, that plan does not look like a straight line, right? Because of all those technology shifts, because of the new things coming to the market, it's going to look a little like this. We're going to have to be a little flexible with it, but we all know we're going in that same direction. So this will help us set that initial course and direction, and then as we go through this process every 3 to 5 years, we'll make the adjustments necessary to make sure that we hit that goal. Obviously, we have rate concerns. GRU has some of the highest electric rates in the state. That can't be ignored when we go to make these decisions, when we go to make this analysis. The IRP is critical in making sure all those costs are captured and you have a clear cross-section of what you will pay and what you'll spend, and how to best meet your goals with that in mind. We also have an aging generation fleet. It presents two things. You've got ongoing maintenance, and those maintenance costs get higher. It's really the difference between driving a 2-year-old car and a 20-year-old car, right? That 2-year-old car is going to give you a lot less maintenance issues, hopefully, than that 20-year-old car. Then you get to the point, well, can I still buy the parts for that car? If this breaks, can I even fix it? We're getting to the point of that point in some of our generation units where they are approaching 50, 55 years old and older, and we're saying, if this breaks, I'm not sure how I'm going to fix it. So this IRP also helps us address that issue of renewing our fleet and helping to lower those maintenance costs and improve our reliability with that. There's industry transformations. As we said, the energy industry is moving fast and it's shifting fast at an unprecedented rate, really. And so we have a concern as GRU to make sure that we're in a position to best utilize the upcoming technology and make sure that we can make the best decisions. This process helps us maintain reliability, financial stability, and also regulatory compliance. And this is, again, a need for a long-term plan to drive the decisions that we make as a utility. And when we talk about milestones of an IRP, there really are a few. One is to define the goals and the priorities. We've kind of talked about that a little bit today. What are our goals with 2045? What do we want to accomplish? You need to look at the forecast of future demands. That's not only for pricing, but also what is going to be available. What is our load going to be? How is EV going to affect that load? How is rooftop solar going to affect that load? What are the technologies that we don't see on the forefront now is going to shift what we have to do in the future? So the IRP helps to account for that, and it also helps to develop and evaluate alternatives to meet all those shifting demands. And in the end, it helps you select an alternatives to meet those goals. And again, this is not a push the button and walk away. This is a very involved process with modeling professionals that do this on a daily basis, helping to make sure that the inputs are right, helping to make sure that constraints and the outputs are right, so that when we get an answer and when we get this evaluation back, it makes sense and we can take action on it. What are the challenges and what are the opportunities? This is one of my favorite slides because it's the good and bad all mixed together, but it's something that we have to make sure we don't lose sight of. So renewable energy, it's coming at us and it's coming fast, and that's a good thing, right? We want to make sure that we're on the forefront of that. GRU is leading the state in the percentage of renewable energy that we produce and serve our community with. That is not a small feat, that is a great thing. But we have to continue to push that forward, and we have to do that in a responsible way. We have things coming at us like distributed energy, rooftop solar, Tesla Powerwalls is another option. People are starting to make their own little power plants with the solar on the roof and batteries in their garages. Now they can almost completely separate from the grid. They still have to be connected to us, but we still have to account for that. And so how do we do it? Again, batteries, utility scale, and personal batteries in the home. Electric vehicles. Man, electric vehicles are expected to explode over the next 10 to 15 years. Not only the number of vehicles, but also the amount of power that they consume. It's, number one, a great revenue opportunity that we want to be in place to be able to take advantage of. The other part of that is, well, how do we make sure our grid is ready for that? Where do we invest our money in our infrastructure to get us ready for that? Those are all questions that the IRP will help us answer. The challenge with that is the forecast. I know with my modeling and anybody that does any extensive modeling, as soon as you write a forecast down, it's wrong, right? As you move, things change. Things that you saw coming and things that you did not see coming. And so the challenge with EVs and forecasting is we know it's going to explode, but when is that change going to take place? Is it 2 years from now? Is it 10 years from now? And is it going to explode in a very rapid pace, or is it going to go very slow in the beginning and then take an uptick? So those are the challenges of forecasting EVs and how we make that fold that into the IRP. Another is advanced metering infrastructure, or AMI. It's definitely a benefit in being able to have data and give our customers data and feedback on how much energy they're using. Studies have shown that that changes consumer behavior alone, just having the information in front of them. And so how do we partner with our customers to make best use of that information? We've all felt the pain of increasing conventional fuel cost. Things like fuel adjustment are dirty words right now, right? Because there have been so many increases, and because it has been it's put a burden on certain parts of the community, all of it really, but some parts more than others. We have to be able to account for that as well. Can we predict that? In some cases, yes. In other cases, no. But with the IRP, the hope is to try to capture at least the risk that's associated with those increases. And then we're talking about potential funding opportunities as well. Grants is kind of a buzzword right now. There is so much money that is coming out from the federal government. It is almost a generational opportunity for us. I won't say once in a lifetime, but it is definitely a generational opportunity. We want to make sure that we account for that. We want to make sure that we're taking advantage of that as much as possible with the plans that we're putting in place. And the last part is stakeholder buy-in. And I'll talk a little bit more about that as we go through the process or through the presentation. So we've talked a little bit about the technical analysis. And the next part of the IRP is really the community engagement. So the community and really the nation as a whole has expressed an interest in being engaged in their energy, where it comes from, the sourcing, all of that. The environmental stewardship and the environmental impact that comes from that energy. The community is asking to be engaged at a level that we haven't seen before, right? And so we want to make sure that we are encompassing and we're getting that feedback from them. So that's part of that community engagement process that we'll go into a little more detail here next. And last is obviously City Commission and UAB involvement. There's a lot of good ideas that the boards have brought forward, and we want to make sure that we capture that and we evaluate those fairly and give that feedback and give you that opportunity to provide input. So when we talk about technical analysis, we are going to use TEA, or the Energy Authority, and they're going to complete the technical analysis for the IRP. Now they are going to do that based on the goals and the priorities that we give them, on the parameters that we put in place with them, and those goals and parameters are going to be decided and have a say from the community, from the commission, and from the UAB. So it's not, again, a push button or something you can run on your cell phone. There is complex modeling software that goes behind this. And so you have to have qualified professionals to be able to run and interpret that data that goes out. For those that may not know, GRU is a member owner of TEA, which is a nonprofit based in Jacksonville. The benefit about being a owner member is that there's no additional cost for this technical analysis from TEA. The technical analysis is usually the largest part of the cost from an IRP standpoint, because again, it needs technical software that's not available off the shelf. You can't run into an office supply store or go online and download these models. These are professional models. And so we need professionals that are able to run those models and interpret that data. Next, TA also has produced IRPs for many utilities, including GRU. They have a lot of market expertise for us. What TEA does is they represent GRU in the open market. They also represent other utilities in the open market. They run requests for proposal. That information comes back, and that market analysis and market intelligence is important, and it brings value to us because it is able to show us what the rest of the market is doing. So over the past 5 years, TEA has run about 20 RFPs for renewable energy for over 2,000 megawatts of renewable energy at a valuation of about $1.2 billion. So it's not a small amount, it's a significant amount. And that intel, that research, that market data, we have access to all of that. So now we can turn around and plug that into the process that we're doing. All right, let's go into community engagement in more detail. So we really want to have a holistic approach to community engagement. There have been many discussions, even here today, about the diversity of a community and how we reach them, how we interact with them. And that's really what community engagement is. It's the interaction of boards, of utilities with the community. When you talk about diversity of a community, you also have to recognize that those folks don't receive and process information in the same way. There may be some things that preclude others from hearing or understanding that information or receiving it in the first place. So to truly do community engagement, it takes more than just a noticed meeting. You really have to draw in and give people different opportunities, different avenues to be able to provide that feedback. And that's what this community engagement is looking to do. The goal is to make sure that the entire community has the opportunity to participate. Not just a small subset, not just a vocal minority, but the entire cross-section of the community. We're talking every demographic and class section across our customer base and across our community. And that's the goal, is to reach all of them, to make sure that they are included in this process. So with that, it's a broad outreach, again, to the entire community across a broad subset of the community, and making sure that we're doing that not only from the outset of this process, but also throughout the process into the end. So what that does is that starts to build a relationship through that. We start to be able to educate and get input on goals and priorities. We'll have a combination of in-person and online meetings. We'll also have a combination of surveys. Some are going to be electronic, some are going to be in person, some are going to be in paper. But that's just part of a broad outreach to the entire community to help us understand every aspect of it and make sure that the entire demographic is represented in what comes out of the IRP. One idea that I want to talk about in a little more detail is a focused outreach using our stakeholder advisory group. I'm going to get into a few more details of how that's going to work here. But as we go through that, there will obviously be periodic updates to the UAB and also the City Commission as we go through that modeling process. So let's talk a little bit about community engagement. And it really is a proven method, and it has become an industry practice, a best practice for IRPs. And so even though it's new to the energy sector, it's not new, it's not a novel idea at all. When you talk about water systems, when you talk about water supply plans, when you talk about transportation projects, large transportation projects, there are huge community engagement outreaches there. And it's more than just, again, flyers or emails or what have you. It is an entire process that's planned and walked through to make sure that everyone that is affected has a say in how it affects them, right? And so community engagement is not a novel idea. It is new to IRPs. If you look back 10 years ago, this wasn't the case. And again, that's been a shift just in the time frame of people wanting to be engaged in how their power is sourced. To truly do it right, it takes a robust stakeholder education and input process. And I want to harp on this input here for a second. Let's be honest, the general public doesn't do IRPs and generation planning on a daily basis. They just don't. We do. I use all kind of acronyms, and people are like, whoa, 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 what are you talking about? And I have to remember that, hey, I deal with this every day, but other folks do not. Part of this education is getting them up to speed to understand, okay, what are we actually asking you to provide input for? If we don't get good input, that has very little influence on the output of the IRP. The importance here is to make sure folks understand what we're asking them, that they understand the decisions and the options that they have in front of them, and also understand the implications of each one of those decisions that are made. And you can't do that in 20 minutes. You can't do that in an hour. It really has to be an ongoing process for folks to be able to digest, to be able to think about, to be able to process, and then say, oh, wait a minute, what about this? And that's where the good input starts. That's where the real engagement starts. It's not at the beginning after an hour, it's really after that third or fourth time where you've been talking to them and educating them and saying, here's what we're talking about, where they say, yes, that's it, I got it, here are the questions. So through that understanding is where you get good feedback from the community. And through that good feedback is really where you get, this last point, is greater buy-in from the result, because they know how you got there. You know where you started, you know the process that you went through to evaluate, and they know how you got to the end result. That inherently gets better buy-in from the process in itself. And that's what we're after, is really greater buy-in from the community. So let's talk a little bit about this advisory group, because when we talk about this advisory group, we're asking to put together a group of members that's going to require a commitment. So if we're talking about ongoing, regular communications, building trust, education, feedback, it's going to require time. So part of the stakeholder advisory group is that there will be a commitment to attend all of those meetings. There will be a commitment to read through the material that's presented beforehand and after. There will be a commitment to make sure that we have an in-depth exchange of the information. So we envision regularly scheduled meetings throughout the IRP process, beginning really towards the beginning of that process and working all the way through. In general, we're talking about 2 hours every other month, every 2 months. What that shows is that, as it's been done in the past, is that it gives people, number one, a point of reference, saying, hey, every couple months or so, I need to sit down and I need to be processing this information. It also gives the opportunity for folks to come back and say, hey, I've got a question about this, or I had this suggestion. How do we fold that into this process before we get to the end of it? What we don't want to do is go out and say, hey, everybody tell us what you think in the beginning, and then we go off in a corner and then come back with results. That's not buy-in. That's not engagement. And so that's really what we're after here, is that engagement process. This stakeholder group will have in-depth presentations for IRP, inputs, outputs, and progress. Again, bringing everyone along in that process. It'll be a facilitated discussion with input, and this information that I'll present will be in depth, but it won't be require, I'm sorry, I've got my page backwards here. It will be in depth, but it will not require them to be technical for their response. It'll be a facilitated discussion, and then presentation materials will be posted on the website for them to go back and reference and be able to process. So they will be asked to attend these meetings throughout the process. There will be rules of decorum. They will be asked to follow rules of engagement and provide meaningful input. We're trying to get away from just heckling. We want to be a building process. We want to make sure that everyone's voice is heard throughout this entire thing. We want to provide information and receive comment from their respective groups and other input as well. The next slide is going to show you basically a list or a cross-section of where we think these folks may come from. But the idea is that you are taking different interests from across the community and putting them in a room and saying, let's talk about this. Let's engage in a discussion. And the output of that discussion, then that information flows back to their respective groups and to the community. So that information will be presented in depth, but it will not require any technical expertise to understand it. And that's the important part, is the translation of that. Again, I talk power planning and power markets all day. The rest of the public does not. And so the important part is taking that information and translating it in a way that is digestible, but also making sure that that feedback comes back. With this advisory group, we see this as a group of diverse perspectives. We envision folks coming from these different segments to make up this advisory group. Number one is environmental, community and interest groups for the environment, bringing those folks to the table and engaging them. Second is business owners, business operators within the city of Gainesville that are affected by this, coming to the table and having those discussions. Low-income residents and representation. There are different needs, there are different aspects, there are different perspectives that must be represented in the stakeholder group as well. We want to make sure those are not forgotten. Environmental justice. There are different groups around town that talk about environmental justice and making sure that there is no unequitable impact to one group or the other based on the decisions that are made. We need to have that perspective at the table as well. Another is industry. They have different needs, different thought processes. How do we fold them in and how do we get their input? Church and faith-based groups and communities, local government, large power customers, small power customers, and even education. We have 2 large universities here in the city of Gainesville. How do we engage them? They can't be ignored, so we must engage. So bringing that group of interest together and having those discussions is where the value comes in. It makes sure that you touch every segment of the community, you touch every segment of the population, you get a good cross-section of feedback, not just one subset, but all of it. So now comes the answer or the question that everyone's been talking about. We're talking about engaging with a consultant to do this public engagement. The first question is always, well, why do you have a public engagement consultant? And if I'm honest, I had the same question beginning this process. When we first started talking to other utilities about to kick off this IRP process, we called a few that were in the middle or close to the end of their process. And they came up with this idea of public engagement and hiring a third party. I'm like, we don't need that. We have a community relations group. We have a communications department. Why can't they do it? Let's just put up some meetings and we'll do the communication that way. The feedback that we got was, it's not enough. It's not what people want. What they want is to build trust in this discussion. What they want is to be engaged and provide input that will have an impact on how this IRP and the results of this IRP, how they come out. And so talking through that, there's a couple of things that came to my mind, right? As we started talking about this third-party community engagement firm, and as we started talking about, well, what would they do? Hearing that feedback made me a believer and convinced me that, yes, this is the way that we need to go. Because it's not just publicly noticing in meetings. It really is specialized work. It really is translation of difficult concepts. It really is helping to manage expectations and making sure that that communication is done effectively. It really is taking in that feedback and translating it in a way that can be put into a technical model. That sounds easy, but it's not. How do I take a comment and then turn it into a technical input? Well, I'm an engineer. I deal with numbers. I don't deal with comments. But there's a translation that has to happen there. And these firms, that's what they do every day. They talk to people about technical things and get their feedback and then translate it into things that make an impact on the IRP and the outputs that come from it. So that's the first thing. It's very specialized work. It ensures that that we get feedback from a full cross-section of the community. It ensures that all of that feedback is incorporated and makes a difference in the outcome of the IRP. And the next point is important. GRU has never completed an IRP with community engagement. We just haven't done that. It's really been focused on the technical, on the numbers. We know how to do numbers. We know how to do modeling. The community engagement part and really building that trust and really getting that feedback and processing it is something that we haven't done with this process before, and we want to make sure we do it right. A third party helps with potential or perceived biases from GRU and city staff. I've heard in no uncertain terms and having conversations with folks that, oh, it doesn't matter what we say, you're going to do what you want to do anyway, right? Well, that's not what we're here to do. That's not what we want. We want to make sure that all of our biases are out of the way, and we're not pushing in a certain direction, but we're making sure we're going in the direction that the community says we should go in. And this is an industry best practice, as I said before. Was it previously a best practice, as in 10 years ago? Nope, absolutely not. You could not find a utility that did a community engagement process with an IRP. You couldn't do it. But as I said before, the nation as a whole and our community has really ramped up the need and the desire to be involved in these conversations of energy and where it comes from. That's something that we've never seen before, and that's a fervor that we have to take advantage of. The public didn't necessarily care where their power came from 10 years ago. Now they do, and they are heavily interested in it. Like I said, 10 years ago, you wouldn't have found that, but that paradigm has shifted completely. And I want to say within the last 5 years, it's really shifted. That old thought process of let's just go run numbers is gone. It's unacceptable. People want to be involved in the process. They want to have an impact in that process. And we want to make sure that they get that. We have to get this right. We really have to get this right. If we don't get the buy-in from the community, it won't be right. And that's just the plain simple fact of it. So we want to make sure that we get this process going. When we talk to other folks and our counterparts in the state, JEA, OUC, and City of Tallahassee, they all recently completed their IRPs, and they all recently used third-party community engagement and consultants. Talking to them about the results of that process, the feedback was consistent, that the involvement of the third party was invaluable, that it provided an insight into things that they wouldn't have gotten otherwise, and that they recommend the process to anyone that's going through it to have that third party consultant. And lastly, we want the results in the IRP to have more input and more community buy-in. So what will they be doing? It's a very good question. So number one, they'll be assisting in developing the outreach plan to reach the community. They'll be helping to develop educational materials. And again, those educational materials are really a translation of very technical terms into terms that the average person can understand and process and give feedback on. They will assist in the outreach. We expect GRU to be part of that process as well, okay? This is not a, hey, you guys go and do all the work and just bring us back some numbers and data. We really want to be a part of this, because what we believe is that this will be a model for us going forward, that we'll be able to use this same process, use these same tools in other high impact areas in the utility to be able to engage the community and get the feedback that we need. Another is, the primary roles of the consultant is to lead stakeholder advisory group process. Again, making sure that the decorum is held, making sure that everyone gets an equal opportunity to provide input, and to make sure that all that information is being received and processed. They'll also interact and translate information between the technical team and the stakeholder advisory group. And the proposed consultant that we have, and we'll talk a little bit about a little more about which consultant we chose, has significant technical expertise and IRP experience. And really what that means is that they have technical staff on their in their engagement team that has done IRPs on the technical side before. And now they're on the other side, they've switched teams, so to speak. And so now you've got a collaboration of those, not only technical expertise, but also community engagement that gives a better product for us to be able to go out and engage with our community. that experience comes with that. So let's talk a little bit about how we got here. Again, we started talking about IRP really in the beginning of the year. When Tony took over as interim general manager, I want to say within the first few weeks in February, we were coming to him and saying, all right, Tony, here's what we got. We have to go through this IRP process. Here's what we think it will look like. We need to get started now. So these conversations didn't start in August, obviously. But through the research and talking to the other firms, we got to the point where we said, this is something that we want to get behind. This is something that we need. And so we issued an invitation to negotiate in August to make sure that that happened. The ITN process respondents described the IRP and community engagement experience and also outlined their proposed approach and an approximate cost with that. So the ITN is a little bit different than just an IRP, or RFP, excuse me. A request for proposal is kind of set. You get an answer back in a box and then you can't really touch that answer. With the ITN, it really allows you to engage more with the respondents and make sure they understand what you're asking and make sure that they understand what we need, right? So we had this process. It went out through our normal means. We had the opportunity for local firms to respond, for Florida firms to respond, national firms to respond. And so through that process, we had a final scope and cost negotiated as a part of that final contract. And we received responses from 3 groups that were qualified. Acuity Design Group, ADG, HDR, I'm not sure what the acronym stands for, but it's HDR, and Ready Kilo. And all 3 of them came back with a similar cost range. So what that tells me as an engineer that used to run capital projects, when I put out a scope and I get prices that are all over the place, that tells me one of 2 things. Nobody's interested in the work, or my scope wasn't clear because they don't know what I asked them to do, right? When prices come back and they're very close and they're very similar, it tells me, number 1, they want to do the work. They understand it. And number 2, they understand what we're asking them to do. And I believe that's the case here. They understand what we're asking them to do. So these firms were evaluated on their proposed high-level community plan, their experience, and their proposed project management plan. All 3 of them were given the opportunity to present virtually to GRU those plans and give us an opportunity to ask questions of them to make sure they understood. And in the end, ADG was evaluated to be the best overall choice for GRU. So GRU and ADG negotiated a scope of services with a not-to-exceed price of $248,000 roughly, plus travel and reimbursable expenses. And we've already identified funds in the existing budget to cover these costs. So with that, we'll move on to the official recommendation. And that recommendation is to authorize the general manager or his designee to execute an agreement with Acuity Design Group, LLC, to provide professional services in support of the Integrated Resource Plan, subject to approval by city attorney as to form and legality, for an amount not to exceed $248,100.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Walter. Mr. Cunningham, anything to add? No. All right. I appreciate the presentation. Commissioner A. Santos.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you for the presentation. Looking forward to this moving forward. I move staff recommendation.
Second.
A motion and a second to move forward with the recommendation. Commissioner Ariola.
Thank you. I was to make the motion as well, but I also want to thank the presentation. It was one of your best. Thank you.
All right, very good. With that, Madam Clerk, anybody signed up to speak to this item?
Ms. Beatty?
Good evening, Joe Beatty again. I want to thank Mr. Walter for that nice presentation. And it's nice, commissioners, to know this is how it used to be when we had items. It wasn't all on the consent agenda and buried from the people. And so that was good to hear. And I've got a couple of comments and questions. I think some of this goes to trust. And one of the questions is the community participation. One of my questions is, you're spending money on community engagement. There are many of us. I'm only one of many that have been engaged for 15 years trying to stop some of the way we saw decisions being made. It had questions when it was the biomass. There were people smarter than I, more well-versed in that. But there was a whole group of people. We were all ignored, and I like the idea of having something. I really think that in this issue and many others, you have citizens that come before you that are engaged already. And I think that should be your top tier of engaged citizens that you solicit. What I found is a lot of times you, on the general government side, I guess they haven't done it at GRU, you engage somebody, third party, to lead a charrette. We call them charades because that's what they are. We really can't give the input. So you've lost a lot of trust. And I would ask that when you're doing this, that you really start with the people who have stepped forward, who have given their time and their expertise, and maybe just somebody who doesn't have expertise but who has questions that are trying to help you make good decisions. I think that should be your top tier of people that are engaged. I've seen some of these things that you've done, and that I think makes a lot of the citizens skeptical when you want to do $250,000 to do a project like this that you call citizen engagement. I'd like to know, is there going to be a cap on travel and reimbursable expenses? And the other thing I've noticed with a lot of the contracts you let, there's no identified contract manager, project manager, and you've partnered with people, but there's been nobody holding to the contract. So I just kind of like, would this fall under Mr. Walters, or who would be managing this contract once
Thanks,
it's
we'll
let?
get that answered for you.
It seems like a
We'll
good idea
we'll get that answered
if you
for you.
correct for the things
Yes,
that
ma'am.
you have
We'll
failed.
get that answered for you after public comment. Next.
Ms. Silva?
Well, this gets at really two big issues that have been circulating in the city for a long time versus, I don't understand. The public didn't care where their energy comes from until recently. I think plentiful input from the community about the biomass has been going on for a very long time, and I think with good reason. Especially with 91% of the city government's carbon emissions coming from energy production, as your consultant told you last year. And it's not coming from natural gas, and so it must be from trees being burned and so forth. But anyway, the community engagement has kind of become this bubble process, and hiring consultants at great expense to do kind of steering of the community engagement. I think I understand that they're going to try to not have, bias in the engagement process. But if you look at the city plan board meeting of February 15th, they were very puzzled why. These are people who were on the plan board 10 years ago at the previous comp plan amendment, overhaul, whatever. And they were very puzzled that there was nobody called in, nobody took part in it. And, it was brought up that the city community engagement was paying people a few people chosen, however means, to send out emails and make social media posts based on what they were getting from staff. So the city plan board chair said, you don't get to cherry pick the feedback. And another person said, we need real engagement. People need to sit down together, and you can't choose, the stakeholders who are going to be allowed to give input. You only get good policy decisions when people are freely allowed to converse, to bring in their different perspectives and so forth. So, the whole idea of paying people hundreds of thousands of dollars is like the HRNA, for stuff that staff used to do with plentiful engagement from the community. So that's my objection to this, not to the presentation or anything like that. Definitely an IRP is needed. There's a lot of questions that need to be answered about energy sources and so forth going forward as that changes and technology changes and so forth. But, can we have a bigger discussion about community engagement and what that really means? Thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Martinez?
Ms. Beatty, I think you know the rules of decorum. Go ahead.
I guess she has to stick to the fingers, no clapping? Is that what you're saying?
I'm just saying you maybe begin your comments.
Oh, I agree with the two previous speakers. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else? Okay. All right. Thank you very much, Mr. Cunningham, for bringing this forward. I'm looking forward to observing the process from afar, but I think it is important. And I think this will be a much more robust process, and the outcomes will be much more useful than we've seen in the past. So thank you for the leadership on that. With that, all in favor of the motion to approve the staff recommendation that you see on the screens, signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed? Motion passes unanimously. Next item, please. I'm sorry. The contract management and the reimbursables, can you answer that real quickly?
Yes, so contract management, so you have two things. You have project management, which will be Eric Walters and the sustainability group will be doing the project management. Contract management is usually a combination of both the project manager with our procurement group. In terms of the reimbursables, Eric, you might need to help me out on that. I think the question was, is there a limit on the reimbursables?
Right, Mayor, Commissioners, we did get an estimate from the consultant, and so we've limited the amount of, or we have an idea of how many times they're going to travel to Gainesville. There's a consultant that's in Jacksonville that will do a bulk of the engagement, so we estimate that cost to be around $6,000 for travel.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Walters. All right, Madam Clerk.
Our next item is 2022775, request to waive a 12-month restriction on a rezoning application for 4.82 acres of property located at 1015 South Main Street, with the recommendation that the commission consider the request and take any action it deems appropriate.
Okay, thank you. I think you all heard from the gentleman at our last meeting that wished us to waive our 12-month ban on resubmitting an application. I think the applicants listened to the commission and realized the concerns and want to bring something back that might be something that the commission would be willing to approve. I don't know what that is, but that process can't start until we choose to waive our rules. And so that is, again, this is not a rezoning. It's just that it would allow them to submit a potential application. Commissioner Santos?
Thank you, Mayor. I move that we waive our rules and allow a rezoning application.
Is there a second? Second. Okay, motion is second. Madam Clerk, anybody sign up to speak to this item? Oh, go ahead, Andrew. Yeah.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Andrew Persons, Interim Special Advisor to the City Manager. I did want to just mention that in order to affirmatively waive the time limit, it'll need a vote of 5 affirmative on the commission.
Okay. We shall see. Spady?
Yes. Could Mr. Persons say how many months are running on that 12-month limit? As I understand, it may only be 3. Is that correct? Could you answer so I could?
He's right behind you.
Okay.
That is correct. It's actually February 22nd when that was denied.
Okay. So I suggest you vote this down. There's been a lot of questions. I don't think you should start waiving your rules for individual projects. You only have 3 months. It's not like it's 11 months and they're coming in with something. You've got a new commission coming in. If it's something that has to be approved by the commission, let them decide whether to waive the rules. One of you could move to postpone consideration of this till January. And I just don't think it's right. You know, we've got processes, and you're always changing the rules. And I think you've got a rule in effect. Let's stick to the rules. You keep changing the commission rules. You don't even have any rules of parliamentary procedure. You change how everything operates. I think you need to stick to the rules and let them come back with their request as they would. It's not like it's a long time. Thank you. Somebody please vote no.
Thank you. Anybody else?
Ms. Silva?
I would agree with Joe Beatty totally, especially if there's only 3 months left and, holidays and so forth and a new commission. And particularly for this applicant, in 2014 and 2015, when we were going through all of the form-based code hearings, lots and lots and lots of meetings and site visits and so forth, Mr. Stringfellow asked and was allowed to take all of South Main out of that process. And, his property didn't want it rezoned. And then, so it wasn't. So what we're left with now is what y'all approved recently, was to allow transect zones of any size anywhere. And that bypasses any actual planning. And I think for this applicant to come back and now say, okay, well, we want to hurry up and bring another rezoning up to the city, it can wait. It can wait another 3 months. And, go through the process of actual planning. And Mr. Coffey said early on, he said, they're in no hurry to do any redevelopment, and I think they have still 3 years on the lease to bar systems, and or gray bar rather, and they're in no hurry to redevelop it in any extent. Frankly, someone else brought this up at a meeting too, but I think the most wonderful thing would be for the city to swap properties or something with Stringfellow and make that and the 10 acres of RTS property, adjacent to Depot Park, something fabulous with a lot of community input and creative reuse of that building. But for the meantime, please say no. I mean, you can't just have applicants leading the show and getting what they want all the time. Thank you.
Okay. Anybody else?
And you think doubling your pay is going to prevent this type of behavior? Thank you.
Okay, back to the commission. Commissioner Duncan Walker.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I had a question for Andrew. Andrew, what was the reason that the applicant gave for not wanting to wait the additional 3 months?
I don't believe that the applicant indicated, any specific reason outside of, wanting to be able to apply before the 12 months are up. I'm not aware of any specific reasoning.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Sure.
Thank you very much. I think we have rules in place for a reason, and I won't be able to support this.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Santos.
Thank you, Mayor. Commissioner Duncan Walker, one of our rules that allows us to waive our rules. That is part of the process. That's why it's 5 votes versus 4. It's part of the process. I think what this does, it starts the process, so it can start the conversations. It can start to see what works, and I think that is that's just why I think I would support it, because it allows a new commission. It's not going to be the old commission. It allows a new commission to start the process and figure out what's going to work, what options are there. That's why I think we should move forward with it. Thank you, Mayor.
Commissioner Ariola.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, I'd just like some clarification, because that bit of information. So for this rule, for us to waive this restriction, that requires 5 commissioners to vote? Okay. I guess I'd like some more information on this rule. First of all, Why do we have a 12-month restriction for applications that get denied? Why is there a 5-commissioner? Both of those things seem arbitrary.
So I guess to the first question about why we have the restriction, it has been a longstanding code provision in the city's code. I guess if I were to posit a hypothesis, I think it's to prevent a property owner from just submitting multiple applications, getting denied by the commission, coming around, submitting a new application right away. So that 12-month window is sort of a cool down period whereby if the commission, you all have denied the application, because that's ultimately what triggers that restriction. If you all have denied that, then the property owner has to wait that 12 months in order to, come up with different ideas or what have you. As Commissioner Hayes Santos indicated, the code also provides the commission the ability, after 30 days have elapsed from the denial, to allow for a reconsideration, to allow for that window, that 12-month window to be waived and the applicant to restart the process, essentially. I can't tell you why it's 5 votes. I'm assuming it's just because it's a supermajority. But again, this has been a longstanding provision in the code. It's not dissimilar. I've seen it in a lot of other communities as well. So,
yeah, thank you. Well, thank you. The reason I ask is because I understand the rationale for allowing for cool down periods, but it doesn't have to be a full 12 months. We could have 6 months. We could have any number of those. But yeah, I guess I'm okay with voting for it. But let me get there.
Okay. Yeah, thank you. I just, I look at this property, it's an industrial use, and we have a motivated property owner that I think wants to make that a much higher, better use for the area. And sort of the more we can sort of facilitate that and get it moving, the better. It's certainly a better situation for folks if people have homes there rather than an industrial operation. But, I'm sure if this fails, they'll be back in 3 months and submit it anyway. So I think it's, again, there's hills to die on. This is probably not one of them. Madam Clerk, let's go ahead and do a roll call vote, just to be clear what the votes are.
Commissioner Duncan Walker?
Nay.
Commissioner Chestnut?
No.
Commissioner Ariola? Commissioner Hayes Santos?
Aye.
And Mayor Poe.
Aye, that motion fails by a 3-2 vote, not reaching the required 5. Next item, please.
Our next item is Resolution 2022754, request to adopt a resolution declaring a portion of city-owned property as surplus, with a recommendation that the commission adopt the resolution declaring an approximate 6-acre portion of tax parcel 08189-000-000 as surplus property not designated for affordable housing, and direct the city manager or designee to dispose of the property in a competitive manner.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of the commission. Eric Bredfeld. I work in the Department of Sustainable Development. Per the agenda item, we received a letter of intent to purchase a piece of property that the city owns currently located on Waldo Road. And this piece of property is located just to the north of the intersection of Northeast 39th Avenue and Waldo Road. Currently, there's a business that operates here called United Rental. They do heavy equipment rental, and they were actually interested in expanding their operation. They were originally interested in the entire 12-acre piece of property that the city owns. However, when we processed that and circulated it amongst various city departments, which is usually the practice, we talked to Parks and Rec, and Parks and Rec has a current operation here, which is the tree farm. So they did say, though, that they would be agreeable to the southern 6 acres potentially, which seems like it would work for this potential expansion of this business. Tonight, we're here with a surplus resolution, which is required under the City Commission's real estate policies. And should you decide that you'd like to surplus this property, what we would do at that point is we would open it up for a competitive process. In your real estate policies, it defines what that is, and that can run the gamut from, we would put a sign on the property to we could market it on the city's website, et cetera. And we would probably do that for a select portion of time, maybe 30 to 60 days, something like that, to see if we got any other interest. If not, then we would close that and we would bring a contract back to you, negotiate a contract with these folks. I did put in the agenda item the fact that this is currently an existing business. They do about $14 million in business operations and have 21 employees. And the acquisition would allow them to expand expand their operations roughly $4 to $5 million and add few employees as well. We're recommending approval of the resolution for surplusing, and be happy to answer any other questions you have.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Bradfeld. Commissioner Ariola.
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to move adoption of the resolution and direct city manager to dispose.
Second.
Motion and second to approve the recommendation, adopt the resolution. Anybody wish to speak to this item?
Ms. Beatty?
As I've been saying all day and now into the evening, I don't think you should take any actions that can be postponed. You're talking about giving up an asset to somebody comes and says they wanted to buy it. You don't know. I haven't heard that you've done any evaluation of it, what it would bring. We need all the money we can get, and it seems that 30 days to market a piece of property may not get you the highest and best value for it. It seems that it's on in a location that's potentially very valuable, and I think you really need to assess all of these assets and stuff, because I think you want to reduce the cost of GRU. The more money you can bring in from our assets, the less you're going to need in your transfer, and we can start paying down some of the debt. So I just don't think that tonight is the night. You've got one more meeting of this commission, and I just think that I haven't seen anything well thought out that's been really presented today, and I don't want to see you surplusing our assets at this point, this commission. Thank you.
Ms. Tana Silva?
I guess recreation, that would be in this part right here. They're just interested. We're just talking about this piece.
Thank you. This is the fourth request to come from a potential buyer, unsolicited or no, marketing of it around the airport. The three others were airport properties. Shands came to the city and wanted to buy 8 acres. Got it pretty cheap, as far as I understand. Sivance was another one with, and these have some environmental liabilities still to the city. I forget, the other one was from somebody from out of town who came and bought some airport industrial property. And only recently I noticed that the GCRA area appears to include the airport. So I'm wondering if was the advisory board brought in on any of these, or it's just people coming to the city and saying, hey, I want that piece of property? We've seen giveaways basically to Phalanx and Lot 10 without, really any follow-up and not really any benefit to the city. And I think that, the city could do better at driving some hard bargains. And this particular piece, I looked at that, in the backup material and saw that's a lot of trees. Is this just going to be another 6 acres clear cut of trees with no stipulations? And especially it's odd if the parks already own the property next to it for a tree farm. So that's a consideration that, I don't know, I get the feeling that it's just kind of like, well, anybody wants something from the city? Well, just come in and put in your proposal, and I'll pay you $50,000 an acre, and so staff just says okay and brings it to you, and y'all just say okay. Isn't there a plan? Is there a plan for the airport industrial park? Is there a plan for? We've seen the fairgrounds tragically given away by the county for nothing in return, and it's devastated now. People are so upset about it. And there's another military installation taking over more property on 39th. Once again, can there be something more systematic about how this goes down? These are important city assets, and it can't just be people saying, oh, I want to buy that because it's next to my property. Are there any, could you turn around and flip it? Is there any prohibitions for that? Thank you.
Ms. Martinez?
Yes, have any of you discussed this with the fire department? Because it's my understanding that the fire station on 8th Avenue, right behind Citizens Field, may have to be relocated before you make a decision like this, especially since we're going to be having some major development in that area. So, before you move too fast, we have an opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else? So I'll just point out, there's a giant piece of land that can accommodate a fire station right next door, right on Waldo Road. It's right there. We're not giving that up. Commissioner Duncan Walker.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a point of clarity that I wonder if Manager Curry would just kind of apprise us of. This is for desired expansion of this company?
It is. The company has asked for some expansion, and as Mr. Brett Felton mentioned, it is obviously expansion of the company in terms of employees and, of course, their net revenues. It is economic development for the city of Gainesville, and the actual disposition of the property, if we get there, would be done in a competitive manner.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. We do have a motion on the floor, correct? Okay, then let's go to a roll call vote.
Commissioner Ariola? Aye. Commissioner Chestnut? Aye. Commissioner Sacco is absent. Commissioner Duncan Walker? Aye. Commissioner Ward is absent. Commissioner Hayes Santos? Aye. And Mayor Poe.
Aye, that motion passes unanimously, 2 absent. Next item, please.
Our next item is Resolution 2022724, Resolution for 49 U.S. Code, Chapter 53, Section 5310, Grant Applications, with the recommendation that the Commission adopt the resolution in support of the Regional Transit System application for F.49 U.S. Code, Chapter 53, Section 5310, Grant for Free Fare for Seniors and for Capital Assistance to purchase a replacement van, and authorize the city manager or designee to execute related public transportation grant agreements with the Florida Department of Transportation, subject to approval as to form legality by the city attorney.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Santos.
Thank you, Mayor. I move the resolution and staff recommendation.
Motion and a second to adopt the proposed resolution. Anybody wish to speak to this item?
Ms. Beatty? Ms. Martinez? Ms. Silva?
Okay, roll call vote.
Commissioner Sacco is absent. Commissioner Hayes Santos?
Aye.
Commissioner Ward is absent. Commissioner Ariola? Aye. Commissioner Chestnut? Aye. Commissioner Duncan Walker? Aye. And Mayor Poe.
All right, that motion passes unanimously with 2 absent. Next item, please.
Resolution 2022686, Community Rating System Program for Public Information, with the recommendation that the Commission adopt the resolution, which adopts the Alachua County City of Gainesville Program for Public Information.
Okay, thank you. Any questions, or is there a motion? Commissioner Ariola.
Move adoption of the recommendation.
Is there, okay, motion and a second that we adopt the proposed resolution. Any members of the public wish to speak to this?
Ms. Beatty?
Detail on this?
Sure,
Exactly
Madam-
what this is, please?
Sure, Madam Manager.
A presentation or something? Thank you.
Mr. Persons, you may want to expand, but this is important for us to be able to have a discount on our flood insurance, if I'm not mistaken, 20%.
That's correct. It's the resolution is required by FEMA. It goes to our community rating system, which helps our flood rating, which helps our flood insurance for all the neighbors in Gainesville.
Thank you. Anybody else?
Martinez? Ms. Silva?
Okay, roll call vote.
Commissioner Ward is absent. Commissioner Chestnut? Aye. Commissioner Sacco is absent. Commissioner Duncan Walker? Aye. Commissioner Ariola?
Aye.
Commissioner Hayes Santos is absent. Mayor Poe?
All right, that motion passes unanimously with Hayes Santos, Sacco, and Ward absent. Next item, please.
Resolution 2022764, resolution accepting report of Alachua County Board of Canvassers runoff election 2022. A resolution of the City Commission of the City of Gainesville, Florida, accepting the report of Alachua County Board of Canvassers for the City of Gainesville runoff election held November 8, 2022, and providing an immediate effective date.
Thank you. Commissioner Ariola.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Before I move the resolution, I want to thank the supervisor of elections, but also the Board of Canvassers. I know how much work goes into all those canvassing board meetings, which are in the public, so that we can all be satisfied with the election results. With that, I'd like to move resolution number 2022764.
Second.
Motion and second to adopt the proposed resolution. Anybody wish to speak to that item?
Ms. Beatty? Ms. Martinez? Ms. Silva?
Okay, roll call vote.
Commissioner Hayes Santos?
Aye.
Commissioner Ward is absent. Commissioner Chestnut? Aye. Commissioner Ariola? Aye. Commissioner Duncan Walker? Aye. Commissioner Sacco is absent. Mayor Poe?
All right, that motion passes unanimously with 2 absent. Next item, please.
Next item is the first reading of Ordinance 2022758, ordinance changing the method of calculating commissioner salaries. Ordinance number 2022758, an ordinance of the City of Gainesville, Florida, establishing a population-based formula for calculating commissioner salaries, similar to the state statute governing county commissioner salaries, removing current provisions regarding salaries in Chapter 2, Article 2 of Code of Ordinances, providing directions to the codifier, providing a severability clause, a repealing clause, and an immediate effective date.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Santos.
Thank you, Mayor. I move ordinance number 2022-78 on first reading by title only.
758, just to be clear for the record. Motion and a second to adopt the proposed ordinance on first reading. Anybody wish to speak to this item? Madam Clerk?
I guess this is maybe my last comment of the day. Okay, I am against this. You've heard during early comments, you've heard throughout this meeting many of the reasons that you ought not to be doing this at this point. This is something that really should be voted on by the voters. You know, it's very suspicious the way you've waited until after the election, so it couldn't be an election issue. Couldn't get out there. Some of your reasoning, first of all, when Commissioner Hayes Santos put it on the agenda first, I thought I read in your rules somewhere that every agenda item is also supposed to have a fiscal impact. There's no evidence of any kind of objective research into this. I think the Gainesville Daily News gave information that we certainly didn't get from the commission. They looked into it. It's the cost, the comparison of what other commissions are, commissioners are paid in other jurisdictions. In Jacksonville, you heard, is less. Ocala, you will be making more money than, certainly more than the median income for the city. Your reasoning, Mr. Hayes Santos, about paying a higher salary will attract better candidates. I object to that. I think that's totally unsound reasoning. excuse me?
She never started your time.
I'm sorry. Is wrong. You have had many well-qualified candidates that have good backgrounds, that were willing to do public service, not a job, and serve the public for what you're getting paid now. Mayor Poe, I think you said something about salaries hadn't changed in 20 years. Well, you've got built-in increases, as I understand. You haven't really, shown us good fiscal management. You haven't been evaluated, by the public. The public needs to have a vote on this, and this is not something you should do. I don't know if you're just throwing a bone to people your friends that are coming on the commission afterwards, but there's been no shortage of good qualified people. And as a matter of fact, sometimes when good qualified people run organizations, people throw somebody else in there just to split the vote. And, this is wrong. And everything that was said before, earlier today, just vote no. And maybe the two of you that might vote no could adjourn the meeting. I find it very interesting that when you wanted to pass something the other day and Misako wouldn't come back, you recessed the meeting and didn't do the items that were on there because you probably would have had a 3-3 vote and it would have failed. And now you don't say, well, let's postpone this because we have 2 people out. No, I think maybe Commissioner Ward isn't here, so he doesn't have to vote on this.
Thank you,
and
you've
got
a
it
bunch of
set
extra time
to
in.
lose.
Thank you so much, yeah. Ms. Martinez?
Debbie Martinez. I agree. If you're going to do something as outrageous as wanting to double, your salary, put it out to the voters. And also, yes, it's true, the Main Street Daily News did far more research than you presented to the public. And they made it quite clear that your city commission pay is already in line with city commission pay. City commission, not comparing apples to oranges with the county and the state and Washington, D.C., but we're already in line. And strong mayor systems have a history of corruption, and many are going back to weak mayor systems like ours. This appears to me just to be an out-and-out power grab, and using a fear tactic by some to imply that having highly paid members of the Gainesville City Commission will prevent them from being corrupt. So please reconsider this item, and at the very least, postpone it until the new commissioners come in January. Thank you so very much. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Ms. Silva?
I also appreciate Seth Johnson's reporting from Main Street Daily News on this. He interviewed a couple of previous mayors, including the immediate previous mayor, Ed Brady, and Mark Goldstein from many years ago, saying that, the duties really have mushroomed. And this is not what they're saying, that's what I'm saying. That since 2016, the kind of fake technocratic shift in governance turned the city commission and city government into something that's unrecognizable from 7 years ago. And that is in part because now, since the start of the General Policy Committee, as it is used now, commissioners were told to sponsor and champion their own issues, and that's what has happened. In 2015, there were 132 total public meetings on the calendar, and last year there were 303. And a lot of it is just spinning and turning. 5 years for broadband. That's, not necessarily a priority for a lot of people. So the restructuring the committee system can help restore some reasonable use of city resources and commission members' time and staff time. And it can guide priority setting that's been devastated in these past 6 years of commissioners pursuing their own agendas and their narrow ideas instead of working together as a body on setting the priorities. And you don't need to look at what other cities are doing. You need to look at what this city has done in the past and alleviate the burden of, on staff, every meeting, spinning out more and more instructions for staff to do this and do that. And you're really not getting anywhere. And the ballooning of the payroll and the budget, millions of dollars to consultants, and meaningless so-called strategic goals tacked onto items as an afterthought and so forth. Just put this aside and go about, letting the next commission restructure, return some sense and reasonable priority setting measures, and let them decide on their salaries. Or, as other speakers have said, put it to a vote. I mean, this commission doesn't need to be spending so much time and so much city resources on
Taking us over. Thank you.
on non-priority items.
Okay.
Jim Powell?
Good evening, commissioners, mayor. My name is Jen Powell, and I am the labor organizer for CWA Local 3170. The union president, Robert Arnold, could not be in attendance. He works in Fleet, and they're short-staffed, so as of about 45 minutes ago, he was still at work. I don't think he thought we were going to be here this long. Our union is currently in bargaining and has reopened the wage article of our contract for negotiation. Of course, we have been told there's no money for increases, and if we want to see any wage increases, we must find the money ourselves. You can look at the minutes. They basically say that. It is my understanding under the current system that commissioners' salaries fluctuate based on inflation, and the salaries are already scheduled to increase to $40,386, and the mayor $51,000 some. And that is more than can be said for the employees, the CWA employees. Our contractual amount of raise was 2.5. Inflation has destroyed that. Currently, in comparison, 233 full-time CWA employees make less than $40,000 a year. 137 employees are living at or just above the poverty line, depending on their familial situation. The city of Gainesville and GRU currently has a serious retention problem. We have lost 234 employees in less than 2 years, which management is well aware of. We were even asked to poll our members for ideas to help with retention. We did. 77% of our employees who completed the survey said that their biggest concern was wages not keeping up with inflation. The second was healthcare benefits. That was far behind. A shocking 71% are actively seeking other employment elsewhere. I do agree that increasing wages does attract better candidates all across the board. I believe that raising wages for our current skilled and qualified employees will help with retention, which I see as a priority right now in the city. I ask the commission to please think of the workers who often seem to be overlooked and taken for granted. Unless we can improve these wages and benefits, we are going to see an even bigger strain on the dedicated employees who remain and who are working extra to cover the current vacancies. To be clear, I am not against a wage increase. But at this time, I am afraid that this move and this increase to this salary at this rate may be a cause for the cause of concern for the city, its rank and file employees, and it will be detrimental to morale, retention, and recruitment going forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Bell.
So I'd like to echo what Ms. Powell said, and then just to add a few responses from employees. One wrote that she was disheartened after reading about it. She'd worked for the city for a few years now, and as someone who also lives in the city, they're finding it hard to pay their bills. The reason why is due to inflation, which is affecting everyone. They've worked in their position now for over 3 years, and they have yet to see a dollar increase. Another one wrote that it's well known that there are understaffing issues, yet the workload remains the same, if not increasing. It falls on the loyal, overworked, and underpaid employees to close the gap. City employees have pleaded for pay raises to combat inflation and to stop the frantic search for new jobs and contribute to a city people are proud to be a part of. Please understand that they are all for pay increases for the higher quality of life. And given the situation, however, they're disheartened that the city commissioner's quality of life has been placed above the other city employees. Another wrote that it is again disheartening. Morale is already at a critically low level and has themselves and many of their colleagues are barely scraping by. This is the kind of disregard that makes them just want to give up. So we all know that inflation has been at historic highs. From September of 2021 to September of 2022, in the Tampa region, it was at 10.5%. So inflation certainly has eaten up whatever small percentage that they contractually get. And as their contract is open, it would be nice if that the same reasoning that applies to raising your wages also applies to the rest of the city employees as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Forrest. Anybody else?
Clarification. I don't know if I overlooked it in the backup, but how does I know you all only serve 2 terms, 4 years twice is the most you can, and then, your term limited. But when does this pension that you all provide for part-time, is that after 4 years? Part-time commissioners start getting a pension as well?
Vesting is after 8 years, I believe. I'm part of FRS and part of my teacher, so. You do. 8 years? Yeah, 8 years.
Same for all employees.
Same as the legislature.
Yeah, same for everybody. That's a very long vesting period. Okay, Commissioner Chestnut?
Mr. Mayor. Mr. Mayor, before I begin my comments, would you share why Commissioner Ward is not here tonight? I don't think you shared that at the beginning of the
No,
meeting.
I do not share
Okay.
personal information of other commissioners. If they want to let folks know why they're out, that's
Okay.
their business, but I have not been authorized by him to say that, so.
Well, it's on city business.
It
so-
is.
So I'll
It is
just
city
say
business.
that.
Yeah, that's fair. I'll go one step further. I know when I've traveled in the past, I did not want folks to know that because I was away while my wife and children
Right.
were home, and I did not want to put them at risk, so I always tried to, I'd be happy to share it after it was over, but didn't want folks that might have ill intent knowing that information. So
All right.
anyway.
That's fine.
Yes,
That's fine.
it is city business, we can say that.
Thank you, city business. All right. The public has expectations of us. The public expects and requires commissioners to set policy, not staff. It is our job to set policy. The public expects us to answer phone calls, handle complaints, respond to public inquiries, and then at the end of the day, when we leave City Hall, the public expects us to answer and respond to their inquiries, whether we are at the grocery store, church, the restaurant, child care center, or volunteer site. The public expects, and we try to deliver on their expectations. One of my goals in looking at the salary restructuring is to create opportunities for more women to campaign and be elected in public office, to share their wisdom and expertise. These are some of the real-life experiences that I considered. The candidate may be a married mother or a single mother with a child or children. The child may require daycare or specific medical treatment or other assistance, especially for night meetings, and thus she will no longer be an unpaid caregiver for her children. The candidate may be a member of the sandwich generation, in which she's taking care of her children and one or more older family members, again, an unpaid caregiver. The candidate may have a spouse who requires around-the-clock specialty care, especially for night meetings, again, requiring a caregiver. For these reasons and many more, women may find themselves in a situation where they cannot afford to run with the commission salary as it is today. The city commission and county commission are both listed as part-time jobs, but in reality they are not. As the commission prepares to move to more subcommittees, which I support, the workload will increase. Tallahassee, Jacksonville, and Port St. Lucie currently use the state formula used by county commissioners to determine their salaries. Our workload is no less than county commissioners. I will say here, I do not support a strong mayor form of government because I believe when government is shared by all elected officials, the better outcome for the public. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Chestnut. Commissioner Hayes Santos.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Commissioner Chestnut, for those comments. I also want to talk about on the current salary and looking at districts. So if you're District 2, wherever, we have 4 districts and you have to live in one of those districts to be able to run for that office. In both District 2 and District 4, in District 2, there are no homes for sale that someone on a commissioner's salary could buy and afford. On District 4, there's only 1 home. In District 2, there's only 5 homes, even after these changes are made, that could be afforded in those districts, and same for District 4 as well. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Commissioner Duncan Walker.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. To the comments that Commissioner Chestnut made, when I originally considered my vote on this the first time it came to us, that's exactly what I was thinking. But also, to make this position accessible to African Americans and minorities as well. I thought specifically about my district and creating opportunity and voted along those lines. I will be very honest with you. It is challenging for me to sit here and hear that morale of our staff is challenged by decisions that we make like this. I've been an employee here. And I have also put forward policy from 360-degree evaluations, et cetera, because I have a genuine concern for the people that work here. This work is hard, and you are absolutely right. Contrary to how it is listed, it is not part-time. It is full-time. It is overtime. It is all day. It is all night. It is all consuming. I'm blessed and privileged and gracious to be able to do it. I'm grateful for this job. I'm changing my vote tonight. And I'm changing it because I genuinely am concerned about the people that work here. I'm genuinely concerned about the people that live in this city who are watching. This is a hard decision for me because I get it. But I have to make a choice tonight, and I have an opportunity to prioritize something else. So my vote will change this evening. But I say that understanding the likelihood that this will go forward. I respect everyone at this dais. I respect everyone who works for the city. I thank you for your work. I look forward to, in the future, working to find solutions to the issues that we're facing. I thank you to the citizens of this town who have no problem expressing their opinions candidly. I greatly appreciate that. And I love you all. Thank you.
Ms. Martinez, please. Thank you. Commissioner Areola.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just want to speak specifically to the bargaining unit. Thank you for coming before us. During my entire time of office here, I've been an ally to all of the bargaining units. I have really done my best. I have advocated for wage increases for the lowest in our organization up to our charter officers. And now, here at the last, I would like to offer just what I think is just compensation for the people who take this seat after me. And so I hope we can be, I hope that's fair enough.
Thank you. And to the representatives from CWA, who I think probably speak more broadly for all our bargaining units, even though their representatives are not necessarily with us in this room tonight. We have a good process. We have a good negotiating process. It takes some time, but highly professional and competent people sit across the table from one another and have good discussions. And we're on a 3-year cycle, right? So what we saw on the horizon when the current contract was agreed to was very different from what happened, right? So for all of our units, the landscape has changed, and I think you're going to find both a city staff who's across the table from you negotiating, and ultimately a commission that's going to be very receptive to an honest dialogue about what things are like today versus when that current contract was agreed to. And we've always, CWA has been a great negotiating partner. We've never gone to impasse. We've always found symmetry in what we think is a fair contract. And so, I think you were fair in bringing those concerns here tonight. I mean, ultimately, it's going to be a discussion that the new commission has. It's going to be really fun for some of those new folks that haven't been through a real negotiation with the bargaining unit yet. They'll have a quick learning curve, but that's separate. And the fact that city commissioners are towards the bottom end of the pay scale in our organization, while they have all the responsibility, the fiduciary responsibility, responsibility for 5 utilities and a police department, unlike the county. I mean, it's a heavy load, and so please no outbursts. I think that you both added a lot of value in those discussions that are upcoming, and they should, and I'm sure will be taken very seriously by the folks on the commission and the staff that represents them in those negotiations. Commissioner Chestnut?
Thank you. I have a question for the attorney. If I offer an amendment to the ordinance tonight and that passes, will this still stay on track for December 15th? Yeah. If I get a second.
You can make amendments on first reading, yeah, as long as they're not substantially different or change the title, right?
As long as our title stays the same and correct.
Okay.
Conditions aren't so different such that it would be different in nature, then I think, yes, you may make amendments, and then it would pass, the amended ordinance would pass on first reading, and we'd get it drafted so it's back in paper before you.
Okay. All right, thank you. Well, in looking at the other cities, and those cities using the state formula, Tallahassee uses the county commission formula at 50%. I would like to recommend that we look at the county commission formula or the state formula at 75%. of county commission salaries. I think that would still keep it in context for me, for women as candidates to be able to run and afford it, be affordable.
Okay, thank you. The maker of the motion was you, right?
Yes, I just want
Okay, go ahead.
I hear your concerns. If we're going to do this, I think we should do it because I think it gets us to where it should be. I don't think 75% does that. I think one thing that maybe if we split the difference over 2 years, I don't know if that might be. So half of the change would go in the next year, then the next half would go into the year after. That might be something that might it spreads it out over a further period of time, but still I think gets us to where a true population-based formula, which I think would reflect the work that we have. I don't know if you'd be okay with that amendment versus. I think that still hits the same kind of thing, but just takes a little longer to go into effect.
Okay, or just keep it at where it is.
I'm fine keeping it.
Keep it where it is. If I didn't get a second to my motion.
Well, if the motion's on the floor, we would need
Oh.
the maker and the seconder to
Oh,
agree to
okay,
the
so
amendment. yeah.
no, so I didn't get it. Thank you, so just
Okay.
keep it as it is.
Well, thank you for that suggestion. We'll go ahead and go to a roll call vote, Madam Clerk.
Commissioner Duncan Walker. Commissioner Ariola.
Aye.
Commissioner Sacco is absent. Commissioner Chestnut. Commissioner Ward is absent. Commissioner Hayes Santos.
Aye.
And Mayor Poe.
All right, that motion passes 4-1 with Duncan Walker in dissent and 2 absent. We're on member comment, right? Okay, Commissioner Hayes Santos.
Thank you, Mayor. One of the things I wanted to bring up, and I'd like for us to send a letter, is to the county commission. The recent death, and we heard about it today on South Main Street, which with the hit in front of bicyclists. That road south of 16th Avenue to Williston Road is owned by the county. And I don't think that road with the 5 lanes really meets there's very little traffic on that road. And it's a high speed, makes people drive fast. And I know multiple other people who bike on that road and they don't feel comfortable in the bike lane because I don't think it's a really good bike lane for the speeds that people go on there. So I would ask that we send a letter to the county through the mayor that we ask the county commission to adopt Vision Zero policies and to add protected bike lanes on the section of their road on 16th Avenue down to South Main Street.
Without objection. Okay, I will do that.
Thank you, Mayor.
Commissioner Chestnut.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to have 2 requests. One is for GRU. If the GRU manager could come.
There was no motion. I'm sorry for the interruption. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. If the GRU manager could return at the December 15th meeting, and if not December 15th or January 5th, but I'd like a plan for addressing winter rates for our citizens, winter utility rates. That's 1. 2, for the clerk, I was not sure on, I think Ms. Martinez raised the issue on telephone call-in. What was the issue there?
It's the service that you all were, Honorable Mayor,
Yes,
Commissioners,
please,
City
please.
Clerk Michelle Gainey. This is in relation to the Kearns and West service that was provided predominantly over the pandemic that we are seeking to get an RFP now for an ad hoc use. Use of it. When we came back pretty much full-time, the commission decided that the financial cost of that system was a bit high to continue throughout the year, and so we reduced that down to an ad hoc use of the system. We were using it at one point every meeting, but now it's kind of reserved for those meetings where substantial issues and things like that are being brought up.
Okay, all right, thank you. I believe that the county uses a system for every meeting.
Yes.
And if we could look at their system for call-in, because I think it is another way to provide accessibility to our meetings, which is important. So if the if Madam Clerk could look at that and return to us with a proposal either at December 15th or January 5th, I would appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Duncan Walker.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Commissioner Chestnut, for that as well. To the issue of the very unfortunate hit and run that recently happened, I would like to, if I could, just briefly ask Madam Manager, as we know, last year there was also not a hit and run, but a very tragic accident on East University with young baby Dylan that took his life as well. And I do know there had been some movement. That is a state road. And so unlike being able to just write a letter to our colleagues across the street, there is a bit of a process that started. I don't really know where we are in that, but I do know that I had some conversations, some movement had started. Could you just speak really quickly to that? Because if there is a degree of support that we need to get from my colleagues here at the dais, I would kindly and respectfully ask for that, if that would help to move this process along, or even, frankly, for the symbolism to show that we are concerned as a body for that. Could you tell us where we are? I hate to put you on the spot, Madam Manager, but if you know.
I don't, and I would have to consult with Phil Mann. I do know that we had some conversation with the local FDOT representatives who were very involved in that, and they were actually on the front end of it versus the city. But I can get a report back for you.
I would greatly appreciate that, because when that happened, that became a very serious priority for me. As you all know, it is an issue of concern when our constituents on the east side of University see a different level or a different type of response to our tragedies than on the west side. And so I constantly get asked, what is going to happen? Why do I see the speed tables on this side and not on this side? Why do I see the hawks on this side and not on this side? So I wanted to ask the question and get a bit of a status report. So first of all, that our constituents know that there has been some movement on this, but I certainly would like to hear a status update as soon as possible, possibly at the next meeting, you think?
We'll get it for you.
Thank you so very much. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Commissioner Santos.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. And to that, I believe the city has paid for the redesigning or the plans for that section of road to address those concerns that you, the very important concerns that you brought up. So I think the commission is, or the city has already paid forward and moving forward on redesigning those sections of road, I believe.
The city is, from my understanding, thank you very much, Commissioner, but also there is, FDOT is doing some things. I had a chance to take a look briefly at a report that had been given, and it was just the basics at the top, just kind of like the introduction, but certainly hearing where FDOT is on this now is going to be really, really critical, but thank you for that.
Thank you. All right, thanks, y'all. Full day's work. Y'all have a really good weekend, and we are adjourned.